Um, Hello guys. I am trying to do the share my screen kind of situation. Okay, there it is right there. Okay, so here we are live, and I've just tried this new, well, for me this is new. This has been around for a while, but for me this is new. I wanted to do something in which I'm showing you guys things, because remember when I keep showing you like my phone and things of that nature. I feel like this is much easier and better for me to go this route. And I was also having difficulty with like doing pictures, but I think I found a way to work around that. But anyway, I wanted to do a walkthrough, show you guys everything, like with pictures and all this. I want to show you everything. Well, not everything because I don't have time. I'm going to show you basically as much stuff as possible. I would like to show you everything, but I'm just going to show you as much time as possible because one, it is Monday, October 2nd, 11:52 p.m. I'm super tired already. I just came back from school. Well, I came back from school a few hours ago and just got finished doing a quiz, and I have a whole bunch of other stuff to do. Plus, I have to go to work tomorrow, and then I have I have so many things. So anyway, let me just get into it. My name is Shalise. Wait, hold on. First, let me make sure this is working correctly. So yes, okay. So we can see this. Excelente, excelente. Um, if anybody's here right now, thank you for joining me. If anybody's here right now who actually supports me and is actually kind and things of that nature, who is validating or like trying to advocate for my justice, like my freedom and whatnot like that, I really appreciate it. Thank you. For some reason, it says 99% uploading, and I wanted to have my phone here so that way I can go ahead and record some of these activities, because I do see on occasion moments when my internet is being messed with. So, and obviously I don't appreciate that. I just wanted to call it out for what it is. All right, so yeah, yeah, it says 99% uploading. Now it says 96. Oh, let's just do it. All right, so at first it says 99%, and then it was jumping to 99. It says uploading. Hold on, let's just make sure that this is actually doing the screen thing. Oh my gosh, it is. Oh my goodness, I'm seeing me. I'm so glad this is like actually working. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Can I like see myself do the things with the things? Wait, it's not really like kind of. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, so yeah. Oh, okay. It's just like lagging behind a little bit by like a few seconds. Okay. It's probably, I'm like, oh my God. Ah! Oh, wait, hold on. Why is this private? No, 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 no. Ah, are you kidding me? No, no, no. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. See, why did it do that? It says visibility private. No, it's public, sweetie. Like, don't, don't do that. Okay? Don't do that. Thank God. Okay, so it's public. It's a live stream and it's public. Ooh, look at that. Because that was crazy. Because then by that time, what was going to happen was it was going to, by the time that I end the stream, it would have been like as a live, I mean, not as a live video anymore. It would have been as a, basically went to the other video side. And I'm trying to make this shit like, as legit as possible so we can all walk through and do this together. So yes, okay, so I got it on public. Thank God I looked at this. See, mirror. And now let me go ahead and test it because I like to just I like to double test. So, and live streaming isn't available right now. Okay, got it, got it. Hey, what is this? Make contact greater with some talk if you want to. Okay, well, boom, boom, boom. I'm just gonna go to LoveBeesHoney so that way I can test this out and see how it's looking. Big douchies. Oh no. On here. Let me stop recording that. Okay. Now, see, for some reason, started streaming 5 minutes ago, and all of a sudden it's. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so why is it not working? Oh, okay, all right. Okay, it is. It's just lagging right now. So good. All right. Yay! Yay! All right, so we're good. We're good, and we're working. All right, so. Okay, all right. Okay, it's just lagging right now. So good. All right. Yay! Yay! All right, so we're good. We're good, and we're working. All right, so. Oh my god! I'm so happy. Yay! Yay! Awesome, so awesome. All right, guys. So, what's going on? My name is Shalise. Unfortunately, I have been the victim of a really horrible, horrendous kind of situation. I have not ever would compare it to because I have been singled out. I've been singled out, so um, and subjected to so much abuse, so much abuse. Things that were historic for a whole bunch of I want justice, immediate justice, for all the fuck shit that I've been put through and for the ongoing shit that I'm going through, in which people, basic people from society, are acting like, they're dictators or trying to act like they're helping me. But how are you helping me when you're subjecting me to human zoo experiments? You're watching me, you're surveilling me 24/7, able to watch my naked body for a long time. I want immediate justice starting now, like today. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see this one. Okay. Good. I just want to make sure that you can see this like well enough. Good. I just want to make sure that you can see this like well enough. Good. I just want to make sure that you can see this like well enough. Good. I just want to make sure that you can see this like well enough. Okay. Another thing I want to do this one here is bam, bam, bam. This is gonna be a while. This whole thing's gonna be a while. There we go. There we go. Ah. This and this and this. Just pulling up a few counts. Sorry, I have allergies. Like I have really, really, really bad allergies. Although, so basically, people were trying to make it seem like I have like one of the lies about me was that I have like a drug habit or something like that. These were projections that I had mentioned earlier today in regards to my abusers, the ones who orchestrated this BS. And so I wanted to do since it is Halloween, not Halloween, but since it is October, and since my hairstyle does resemble like a few different kind of people, but I was just like, this would be really nice for me like to just play with it. So I got myself a powdered donut. I'm gonna be doing a skit, but this is for like later. But anyway, it's just like I just gotta laugh at certain things, especially when I know that a lot of this shit is projections. Like I just have to laugh at a lot of this. All right, I do have like I'm going to try to keep this brief, but this is my first video ever that I'm doing with all of this, all of this, all of this, all of this. So this is definitely going to be interesting to say the least. I think what I'm going to do is just kind of put a lot of this stuff in. The first video is going to be about me, so that one's going to be, that one's going to be informative, but not too informative. As regarding like my childhood and things of that nature. Because I mean, honestly, I'm 38 years old, so like I can't, I'm gonna talk about all like I'm gonna be saying everything. I'm gonna be open and transparent about everything, but it's just like I'm not gonna tell you like, okay, well the next day and then the next day, like I'm 38 years old, so like there's a time frame. You feel me? Like let me just put everything down concisely. But it's like let's see. And then the following, oh my God, like no, we're not doing that. Alright, so let me also start into the other. What if I go to get my like a stand or something like that? Just like my neck is like kind of bothering me right now. Ooh. You know what I'm gonna do? Pardon me. Um, yeah. Yo, Nike box. It's just that yeah, we're not in my we're not in my computer room. This is my beauty room, and so when I'm doing my stuff, I'm doing it like literally like looking like this. But I'm just going to okay, hold on, let's see something. Oh, this is actually a little bit. This is nice. This is nicer, but I don't get to see the comfort of shoot. Like my neck feels better. So yeah, my neck feels better, but yikes. I don't see myself doing this a lot easier. Okay. Let me also turn on this printer. Yeah, I'm serious. Like we're doing everything. um, you say it's not necessary. Some of you people might say it's not necessary. I'm pretty sure a lot of you people that are saying that are my abusers. And the only reason why you're saying that is because it's just like you had no problem with trying to give me a storyline that didn't belong to me. But since I'm going ahead to disprove all that, all of a sudden now you guys want to complain and be like, oh, like this is too extra. Like, you even got to do all that. No, 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 no. No, no, no. In court, this is literally the kind of things that you would have to do. And best but fucking leave. Like, you may not think that you can get in trouble for trying to, defame my character, but you are cyberbullying, and you're also committing illegal activities in order to watch me and to harm me with the intent to kill me, or that I would try to commit suicide. But I've said it before, I would sooner see you die. Like, I'm that kind of petty and spiteful in regards to my injustice, because I have been ostracized and put in a position where I am gawked, looked at, and harmed. Again, this is with this right here with the human zoo situation. Like, it is really no freaking joke on how inhumane it is for someone to just take it upon themselves to want to abuse somebody for no good reason, for no just cause. The inhumane elephant in a human zoo. Like, this is ridiculous. And then every day, I've been hearing you guys talk about, oh, be grateful, um, show gratitude. I'm really getting ahead of myself because it's not how I wanted to introduce myself in this video. The title of this video is called Justice for Shalise About Me. And as you can see, the way how I am today with my boundaries up is definitely not the kind of person who I was. Well, don't get it twisted. I did have these boundaries. I did have these boundaries back in the day, though, but they weren't this. They didn't have to be used this wide and this ongoing, because I have literally, my human and civil rights have been disrespected completely, completely violated in its entirety. So those moments where I was the more affable, more like happy-go-lucky kind of person, that has been like that. I'm literally, is comes with limitations. There are restrictions now because of the abuse that I've gotten, and the abuse that continues to happen. So, yeah. Let's go highlights. Let's see if I can. Pardon me. Okay. So about me, we're going to. Let's see. I'm gonna go through this right here. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay, so I'm gonna be using an old. This is my Facebook, and the one I've used. This is my the one that I used when I was younger, much younger, in my 20s. This is like my first Facebook. Um, yeah. Just wanted to sign in so that way I can, bam, 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 people you may know. I don't think so. As you can see, it says 27 friends now because I had to remove people who, and I still have to remove people. Probably just might just be following myself. Um, so yeah, let's just see. Ridiculous. Okay, so let's just get to the nitty gritty. This is me. This little person right here is me. Um, and to and the person holding me, the chocolate young fellow, is my older cousin by like I think like a year. Um, and yeah, so let's just make sure like we got this. Pardon. Hold on. My neck is like okay. Now, when I was minding my business, doing my own thing, living my life, I didn't know that I didn't know that I was being surveilled, and gang stalked and harassed and things of that nature. It took me a while to find it out, and I realized that I needed, that obviously I needed to contact the authorities to get help in order to combat this. That's so much easier said than done, especially when you find out that there are officers and whatnot like that. That when you find out that there are officers who participate in the abuse, that there are government officials that participate in the abuse. I'm going to start from the beginning. So instead of people, right now, there are abusers out there who are probably condemning me, and I'm not going to give a fuck. They're going to condemn me for going ahead to show this information, but it was just like you spent nearly 2 decades, if not more, um, using me as your entertainment to abuse at my expense for unjust reasons and unjust cause. And you did the most. This is uncivilized. This is my civil and human rights have been violated. for no just cause. And my abusers, and gang stalkers are abusers too, but my abusers, now that I have this going on, because they have been, to this day, they like talking negatively about me. They like slandering me. They like projecting. They are seriously irate and in their feelings because I have boundaries. I don't want you in my business. I don't want you in my personal and private affairs. But since you made it your business to be in my business, I feel like it is my obligation and my right, my judicial right, to go ahead and say things for what they are. Because slandering me and talking about me, gossiping about me behind my back has attracted a lot of people to be perverts, abusers, narcissists, gang stalkers, helicopter kind of parent energy, um, capitalists. Well, this is the capitalist society world, really, but opportunists. People are really upset because they stalked me and they stole ideas from me. They were getting ideas off of my pain, my bewilder, like me not knowing what the fuck was going on, them doing experiments on me without my permission. People are making money off of that. And then having the audacity to this day being on some bullshit where it's just like, oh no, like how dare she do this? Oh, she's a horrible person, and then just try to start making up lies about me. But if I was such a horrible person, then why was I ever locked up? And when I went to the fucking cops in order to get justice and to make police reports, then they were just like, okay, they were triangulating information. Before I even told them about what was going on or what my suspicions were, they were over here giving like these weird kind of vibes, and I have videos of this. One of them was saying, "Oh, she must have got a tarot reading or something like that," and this was actually before tarot. I was just talking about like suspicious things that were going on around my house, and then I happened to watch tarot, and it just seemed very relatable. And then afterwards, one of the officers he triangulated a message about tarot, and I was just like, wow, like it's just a lot of things, a lot of passive aggressiveness. Again, I'm gonna make a timestamp because I want to really just kind of start it off. We are how many minutes into this? We are 30 minutes into this, and I really haven't given the proper introduction. And I don't really want to edit this live. I don't want to. I'm not gonna edit this live, but I will edit. I will take parts of this video in order to put into a different video, so that way I can edit it. But before I go ahead and explain exactly who I am as a person and where I came from, I wanted to first, greet you all. Sorry, there's something in my eye. Oh my God. It's a horrible time right now. Um, that's why I'm not like picking it anymore. I'm like really getting something out of my eye, which is very frequent. Um, it's my freaking oh, I hate this. It's one of the things I hate about bangs is when hair gets in your eye. Oh my God, this was a rogue. Okay. All right then. All right, let's continue the whole party then. All right, so for over a decade, nearly two, if not more, people have been talking about me behind my back. My name is Shalise Mapp, and I've had people do some really heinous criminal things for no just cause to my life. And at the very end of the day, people, and it started with Black people, um, and as a society as a whole, they said, save yourself. And it's so crazy on how you tell me to save myself, and then I'm showing, the things to disprove your lies and fallacies, and you get upset about that. And when I actually speak up for myself, all of a sudden I'm the bad guy, of course, because you're the narcissist, you were the abusers, and you're victimizing yourselves because how dare I back up the claims that you guys were, that you made up, false claim that you made up. People don't want me to discuss exactly, what happened in the past because they were making up the past. It's really convenient on how people want to go ahead and be like, oh, well, then you don't, because I've cut off everybody. These people have no choice but to try to talk about when they knew me. And then they don't even be honest about when they knew me. They have to make it up. So they'll be like, oh, you like her? Well, that's not who she used to be. And I'm like, let me go ahead and break that down and expose your lies. And they're upset about that. Some of them are even trying to like make it seem like it's something else, like, oh, I'm just trying to talk about relive my glory days or something like of that nature. And I'm like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's not even the situation. And you know it. If that's you, that's you. And then there are a whole bunch of other people talking about me behind my back. Okay? You're talking about me behind my back. And this is me. This is me. Yeah, it's supposed to be like, my head. That right there, the whoop, is supposed to be like my hair. Anyway, that's me with my back facing you guys because you're talking behind it and everything like that. So you're talking about, you've made up lies about my past, about my identity, my character, everything. My pastimes, everything, literally my history, everything. You made up so many lies about me, and then you try to talk shit. But when you were ever in my company, it was always smiles and "Hey, girl," and so it's really weird. Just make sure I'm showing this correctly. So it's really weird when you are. Oh no, let me just make sure this is actually showing something legit and is the habit here? Or just like really okay. So it's really weird on how like, okay, you are talking all this smack behind my back, but as soon as I finally, you know, catch on, as soon as I, you know, see the light, and I'm like hip to everything, like shit is starting to make sense now. I'm like, wait, hold up, the light bulb is going off. Like, what the fuck is going on right here, right now? Like, what the hell? So then all of a sudden, I want to know exactly what you have to say about me. Like, what's going on? What do you have to say about me? Like, first you were over here talking a whole bunch of smack. Now all of a sudden, in my face, it's, oh hey girl, oh hey girl, what's going on? Actually, I cut you off before I I finally found out exactly what the fuck was going on in its entirety. Well, all of a sudden, you guys are very passive aggressive. All of a sudden, you don't have anything to say. All of a sudden, it's just like you have better things to do. But you didn't have any problem with trying to talk behind my back and trying to slander my character. Then also having silent competitions. Like, that's so creepy and so weird. That's so weird. Anyway, um, there's people right now in their feelings because I want to talk about my history after they went ahead and tried to slander it, murder, assassinate my whole fucking identity. So yeah, I'm not over here to try to talk about any fucking glory days because I was abused even in my childhood. But what I will discuss is definitely things that did happen and things that didn't happen. Why you go ahead and over here trying to like stir up timelines? No, 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 we're not having that. No, thank you. These people, by the way, are coworkers, ex-friends, strangers, ex-lovers, who are then, people who are dating at the time, It's just disgusting. These people were, coworkers, coworkers, friends, strangers, just and relatives. So I think this is like basically my foreword or whatever it is. Like no, my preface. This whole moment is basically my preface, where people wanted to try to criticize me speaking up for myself. Not only that, but it's just like you guys were interfering with my history and my life overall. And the thing is also like these people are trying to pretend like there is some just cause or just reason in order why they have like animosity towards me, and in reality, the the reason that they're doing this is because of jealousy and opportunity. Like they made up a whole bunch of shit in order to try to abuse me, but really the only reason why was literally because of jealousy and opportunity. People tell me to to let things go, but it's just like, how am I letting something go and you're still doing it to me? You're still abusing me. And this is not a moment where it's just like where you can tell me let go of things that you cannot control. This is not something that's like a spiritual situation or like a marital situation. Like a lot of things can actually be, I wouldn't say controlled, but a lot of things do have choices. So when it comes to like, I don't know, like a relationship, if you don't want to be in a relationship anymore, then go. Shit, we can even choose about like what kind of president we want. We have election time, or leaders and things of that nature. We have choices with a lot of things. Okay, not just with what we eat or what we put on or what we want to smell like today. I say this all because like, how dare you try to tell me that my human and civil rights being violated is something that goes into the box of something that I can't control, when literally that is just that is a long standing thing that a lot of people have still been trying to fight for. But it's just like these extremes, the extremes that of my human and civil rights have been so fucking violated. Like this isn't even on the level of disrespect that or abuse that common people are going through right now when it comes to matters of modern day, of like modern day issues. Black people of color are over here fighting for their rights when it comes, or like demanding their rights with things with like police brutality, or just like equity, just like equitable rights. That, and even with the Roe versus Wade situation, that is also human rights, because you should have a right to your body. If you don't want to have a child, then you should have a right to say that. I feel like these are effects of what you guys didn't want to give up with watching me and trying to abuse me, because you also relinquished your rights. A lot of the things that you guys were okay with doing to me started to happen to you guys too. And that is definitely for another video. But I'm really over here prefacing the whole situation on how you guys really are gung-ho with like your nails clawed in to try to abuse me or try to stalk me just because you are addicted to my energy, or addicted to committed to like long standing years of not violence but like of abuse towards me. There's nothing you can say that's going to be, there's no superfluous words that will make me feel comfortable with you violating me. You can say, oh, you're so beautiful, your energy is just amazing, oh, there's nobody like you in the entire world, your resilience is everything, you can be such a great leader, da 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 da. None of that none of that validates you violating my rights, you abusing me every single day, you thinking it was okay for you to watch me in the privacy of my home and then criticize me on my body, the fact that I didn't wake up at a certain type of hour, the fact that I'm not using my productivity, my time to do certain things. You gaslighting me, you wanting me to be I guess controlled by you, you wanting me to go here, go out, touch. You're not my parent. You're not me. Not even a Honestly, not even a parent is supposed to have this kind of control, this much control over a person. I'm really fucking disgusted. And there's no kind of tone that would there's no kind of tone that would make a lot of people understand this or even respect this, because they're all abusers. This content that I'm doing here is really for future people who will become adults and see this shit, because they actually will be like, well, holy fuck, like, what, are you serious? We're over here reading the books about slavery, about oppression, about historical times when, these people were murdered or hated on and targeted just for being themselves. And you mean to tell me that you, the person that raised me, was treating a person off the same kind of basis? And wait, hold on, aren't you a person of color? Like, this doesn't make any sense, really. It's really fucked up. It's really completely fucked up. So whether people are telling me to look into the past, to like let go of the past, is just like, you guys need to stop and let go of the past, because for whatever reason, and you need to be honest with yourselves, because you didn't use any kind of valid response or reason in order to abuse me. You made up damn near everything in regards to the past to think that you can be okay with trying to, like, attempt to murder me. Wow. And then when you tell me to look into the present, like, that's manipulative too, because abusers wanting to tell me to, look into the present, or just, be in the present moment. I'm still being watched. You're still over here dictating me. You still watched what I was doing maybe like a few minutes ago, and then you happen to want to reiterate it in your video, not for my benefit, but for your benefit, so that way you can use it to solicit to your audiences. Yeah, you want to use it for capital gain. It doesn't have anything to do with my well-being. It's only for you. All you guys were making the profit. All you guys were making the coin. It was all for you. It was really all for you. It's just like the apple does not fall far from the tree. Oh God, this is just ridiculous. You just thought it was okay to. We just see a lot of the same kind of abuse, and a lot of the unjust hate repeated. Okay. So, okay, so this is me. Let me just, and when you guys also tell me to look into the future, that's future faking. When you're like, oh, this is on the way, this is about to happen, da 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 da, knowing good and well, like, my abusers are trying to manipulate my life. Like, you guys would follow me around to different parts of the country, from California to New York to Florida to Mississippi. Everywhere I went, you guys were there trying to follow me, stalking me. You guys were already having cameras set up. You guys were over here paying the housekeepers and things of that nature to, like, mess with my stuff. This was so fucking disgusting. You guys are so nasty. You would hire baristas and things of that nature to do nasty things to my food. So when you tell me to look at the present, and when you say things like, "Oh, you're safe and you're free," you guys have been saying that for a long time, and every single time, I've been having like some really bad health experiences where you guys have definitely tried to endanger me, and it was all a toss of the coin on whether or not I lived, and you guys were always surprised, and yet you kept just pushing the fucking buttons. There's just been a lot of gaslighting and criticism. Also, the future faking when it comes to like, oh, help is on the way, freedom, justice, and da da da. You just have to keep being a good person. Like you like entertainment. Like I know exactly what it is for. You want you're trying to extract as much as you can from me, and that includes entertainment, ideas, like the any kind of amount of smiling or happiness. You guys want to have that because this is like it makes you not think of yourselves as the horrible beings that you are for having abused me. Be like, oh, okay, well, she's smiling, so it's just not that bad. You've exploited me. There are emotional benefits. You want me to be compliant and obedient and patient while I'm being abused. Like, let's just call it for what it is. And yeah, so I was just thinking, it's like, okay, well, if you're gonna keep speaking on my past, then you should say it correctly. You should really say what's going on, but you haven't. So I will. Okay. All right. So let's go on to basically who am I? My name is Shalise, born and raised in Trenton. I've always said this, um, in New Jersey. Where this guy is the mayor. I'm sorry, the governor. Where this guy is the governor. And this guy is the mayor. Now he took over for this guy. This guy who was the mayor. And before then, also we had this guy too right here, Governor Chris Christie at the time. So uh, around this time is when I kind of started figuring out like some very suspicious activities. But I never would have suspected that this would have been it. Like, oh my god, look at this. And as you can see, this is what happened to the mayor who I got replaced. Convicted brother of disgraced New Jersey mayor loses state job after news reports. Yeah, see, they were definitely like, I don't. Okay, here's the thing. Around, hmm, this is going, this is going along, but around the way. I will do this in due time. But literally, the title of this video is Justice for Shalise about me. But this is, I wanted to just at least give you like, a summary about like what is going on. I wanted to give you a preface because people are definitely going to be in their feelings and trying to justify like, or not trying to justify, but try to distract and criticize. Why am I bringing up about like, my about me and my history, and especially way, way back in the past? And it's because people have been, tainting it and slandering it and just flat out lying about it. And also right here, I wanted to talk about where it is that I came from. So I'm from New Jersey. and born and raised in Trenton, and this is the mayor now, who really hasn't done anything in regards to who it's like these politicians have definitely shown themselves to be duplicitous in regards to allowing a lot of this abuse to happen in the first place. Okay, they have it's wild on how Trenton had did a 180 when it came to the increase in the abuse, when they had more eyes watching me and things of that nature. Everybody was getting coin. Everybody was getting coin off of my back. There were opportunities being had behind the background, behind shady dealings in this, that, here, and the third, at my expense, So this and this. All right, so we're gonna actually. I just want to go ahead and bookmark all tabs. No other bookmarks. Politicians. Okay, governor and mayor. Yeah. All right, so yeah. Alrighty then. So we're just gonna like get out of these for right now, because I don't want to make them the central point. That's gonna all be in a future video. I'm just saying, like, yo, like, why have done this? Why have done this? This is literally. I was a plus, not a minus. Why? 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 Pourquoi? Pour fucking quoi? So yes, this baby right here. This is me. This is me. Born and raised. So one of the lies about me was supposedly I was adopted, and then another lie was about supposedly I was a boy. I don't have any problems with the transsexual community. I really don't, because even before I didn't know that I was being surveilled. Like, I started doing recordings and things of that nature, I think around like 2019. So I mean, 2019, yeah. So around here I had content prior to this, I had content about my support for the transgender community. So that's way before I even knew like what the fuck was going on. Actually, maybe 2020. I didn't know the grandiose kind of situation of it until maybe like within a that's right. Here I am. One of the things, the rumors about me was that I was a boy and that I was adopted. But here I am with my older cousin, who is obviously darker than me, and then other people. It's so crazy because I've attracted a lot of people who are darker than me be really upset with me and trying to make this like a colorist war. And I'm just like, wow, a lot of the things that I grew up to appreciate, like a lot of the things that I grew up to appreciate and fight for, ended up betraying me and ended up abusing me. And that is like one of the biggest realizations that I had to grow through, where I'm like, I'm not surprised by like if somebody literally was just like finally like, fucking Shalise, we're gonna tell you everything, da 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 da. I've already went through the process. I've already went through the motion. I just want people literally held accountable judicially for this bullshit. Because I'm over it. I'm really fucking over it. So yeah, that's right here. Yeah, and that's like these are unfounded claims. People were saying that all of a sudden I'm a colorist. The people who I grew up with were always like, for the majority, they were like darker than me, my complexion, or darker than me. Some of them were like light too, because I had a salad bowl family, and I grew up around a salad bowl kind of people. and people who I hung around the most and I was very protective of were darker than me. So I'm like, and that was just a thing because I think as the only girl with a growing up around a bunch of guys, I had uncles and I had brothers, so I kind of adopted, and I was raised by a single like single mothers. Like well, my mom, she was always in and out, but like my grandmother, she was a strong single mother, and so basically I get a lot of like those masculine traits from growing up in that environment. So I was very protective of anybody who I saw at I guess like anybody who at any point in time, if I saw anybody at a vulnerable position, I was always the one to stand up and to speak for. I think it mostly had something to do with just again with like the way I was raised, and I myself was harmed and abused by my mother. Everybody else was loving to me. Everybody else was loving to me, but my mom, no, she was, I don't know. It was just like something wrong, weird and wrong about her. She was just really like, it was that two faced like smiley and stuff like that, but she was really like negative and just like horrible. Again, again. Um, Nonetheless, it was just like, okay, and I was tall. So being tall, growing up around guys, having a very strong mother figure in my life, which was with my grandmother, not my mother, um, that kind of gave me the whole, I wouldn't say hero dynamic, but it was just definitely like a nurturing, I'll peck your eyes out kind of thing, where it was just like, if you mess with one of mine, but not even just one of mine, but I took that nature out into anybody who would literally, I just felt like would be vulnerable. And for a while that seemed to be people who were at a point in time, in certain aspects were people who were darker than me, and at certain times it would just be siblings, and at other times it would just be because I used to volunteer even when I was a kid. It would be people who were either disabled, poverty stricken, impoverished. Yeah, it was things of that nature. So let's see. So that is me, and this is a yeah. I just want to give a brief thing with this. So I was always I kind of went between the two of being a girly girl slash um, tomboy. And I told you why. Well, you already know about the tomboy reason why, but I was also a girly girl because my grandmother was always dressed in like fashionable clothes. Like, please do not use this picture alone to like dictate or like to judge us. But like, she was always like very high profile. She was a very classy lady, and I like the way how she, pardon me, I like the way how she dressed. And as you can see, I'm wearing like this really tulle kind of dress right here, and I also did like ballet and tap jazz, and I did that for over a decade. And I actually liked it. I was long, it helped along my body, like stretching out and things of that nature. And I wore dresses. This is me with my mother who passed away, and my grandmother had took this picture. It was just like, it was a very uncomfortable moment, but being next to her. But I was like, my grandmother had took this picture, and it was and we laughed, and then boom. And this is my mother here, and I'm wearing the dress, and I'm trying to be sassy, wearing like a little hand on my hips, and yeah, here I have like more color to my face. So yes, it was just like, all right, for the first time I saw your big beautiful eyes, I knew you would brighten my days. Like a rose that blossoms, I have watched you grow into a beautiful young lady. I don't tell you enough that I'm so blessed to have you as my daughter. Even when we disagree, in you I see a tiny piece of me, but you still have your own individuality. I love you, Luca. Yes, I know you're 15 years old and you're still my Luca baby. I was just like, oh. I wanted, you know, yes, I was abused when I was a child, but I was just like, it was. I don't think it could anywhere. It could not compare to the severe abuse that I've gotten in my adult life by society and by those people that I grew up around, who are supposedly making so many outlandish lies about me. Okay. Push this over here. I went to the storage facility about a couple weeks ago, where I keep like my valuables and things of that nature. So if anybody is ever trying to trying to falsify or make any type of allegations, I have photos, genuine photos that can always like the thing about photos and letters is just that the ink and the age can be determined by by how old the ink is and also the dated photos. You can tell. You can give like a rough estimate on like how dated photos and not just by like how it looks, but just by the material it is, um, the age of the age of everything. It's just a forensic specialist can be able to tell. See, look, this type of image for forensic examines the metadata image, such as the date, time, and location of the photo. How do you find many digital cameras record the date, time, and sometimes the location of the photo in the image file when the photo was taken. A few film cameras do this as well, only they superimpose the date and time. Mm-hmm. So yeah. All right. So you can check by like the color of the ink. You can check by. There are a few things in order for you to be able to check whether something is authentic or not. See, look, forensic. Yay! See, look at this. I told you. I knew it. Yes. So I was right. Forensics. So you're forensic. Okay. Yeah, so you see this right here? See, look, can a forensic lab test prove how many years ago a letter, I would imagine this said it is written? And it's like, yes, it is possible an anthropologist or forensic document examiner could give an indication of how many years ago a letter was written. So when I show, these letters that were written to me by a specific individual. So when you can take the actual letters in ink, like when you take the ink and see how dated it is, you can tell that the authenticity of. Yes, I was right. So I was right. Spidoosh and spidoosh. So awesome, 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 awesome sauce. All right. Yeah. So anyway, that's just to go ahead and prove that. Uh, yeah. So let me just do this. Bam, bam, bam. I don't know why it keeps opening on this. Continue. Okay. List applications. Canon utilities. like really lagging. Like I have enough storage space on here, but this is just online, and this also uses like really low quality. So there should be no reason why I'm having these issues, except like I said, there I've always been that moment from my abusers and people who are the flying monkeys that definitely took it upon themselves to want to mess with me. So they want to like go ahead and slow down my internet, things of that nature. So I have a Verizon, so that you know that stuff should be like on point quickly. So heart rate is 110. I want to see if maybe I can kind of shimmy this in. It's 118. 1 hour and 18 minutes. Let me just see if I can shimmy this in for like a good. Oh my guys. See, it shouldn't be taking this long. See, people are just really like doing the most. Okay, so this is on. This is on. See, this should not be taking this long. People are really like trying to mess with my internet. And you see here first, like people are really trying to do the most. Okay. All right. So basically, yeah. I went to. Jesus. Hold on. I have this one. I have this one. The first one, this one I did in my 30s. The other one I did in my 20s. I did this one because unfortunately I still didn't know exactly where all the hate was coming from. So I was like, you know what? I just need to just start fresh. And so I made this. So I made this second account. But then I realized that okay, for some weird reason, people were still like trying to follow me around, and be a nuisance to me. And I was like, okay, something's up. Like I really, really, really need to investigate exactly like what the hell is going on behind the scenes. Yeah, see, look, like flying monkeys. Like I was just noticing, like just un unjust hatred, and I was like, this is ridiculous. So I just started speaking out about it more and more out loud. It's just I couldn't. No, I couldn't stay silent about it. Okay. All right. Okay. Um. Oi. Oi. So I grew up um in a really nice house, like in a nice looking house. Um, Definitely what it looks like now is not what it looked like back then. So, and I didn't. This house is what I got raised in when I was like in my teens. But how it looks now is surprised. Like obviously, it's better than how it used to look. Way better than what it used to look. But the house that I mostly lived in my youth, it looks so bad. It looks so great when I was young. But then what just like what happens with anybody, when you have some horrible people, it just really it goes to shit. It goes to shit. And I think that's really should be just like a cautionary tale for a lot of you people. Like you guys have really like let this shit run amok and it just ran down to hell. Okay, so let's go ahead and break some things down. So again, my name is Shalise, and I'm just gonna and people were making things up as far as who I am, but I'd rather just go ahead and tell you about like who it is that I am as a human being. I am artsy. I was definitely the one that was always smiling a lot and being, cheery, things of that nature. Um, let's see something. Is this one? Ah. Okay. So, oh, all right. Well, people were over here trying to make it seem like I was just somebody who was like really bad in school and things of that nature, and I was just a weirdo. No, I was just a really tall girl who went to hold on for one moment, just trying to see something. I was just a really tall girl who went to school, got good grades. You know, that was really important to me, and it was also very important to my mother. She was very, very strict about that. But I was just like, you know, it was no problems to me because I liked learning and I liked going to school. See, I'm looking up at something right now. So yeah, I was okay. This is me at this is me in a as like a bridesmaid or something like that. Me dressed up as like not as a bridesmaid, but as like one of the like I wasn't the flower girl, but I was just like one of the brides. I was part of the wedding, and this is me in dancing school. This is also dancing school. This is like a recital, dress rehearsal. So I've been dancing ever since I shit you not, since like I would say the first grade, if not earlier, because uh yeah. And here's me dancing again, tap dance. So I did ballet, jazz, and tap. It sounds very cliche, like oh yeah, um, like oh 5 years, jazz, ballet, tap, but no, I did that. Like that was me. I did ballet, jazz, and tap since I was a child all the way up until my teenage years, and then independently I did like some just some dance class in my 20s. So and this right here are my the parents. It's my mom right here on the right in the white. Here's my sperm donor. I was in the father on the in the black, and here's me, obviously in the middle in the red. So yeah, I just and this is on the far right is my uncle, kind of hanging out right here, and some camera guy, I guess, wanting to get okay. Yeah, this is over here disproving the situations where supposedly I was the black sheep all the time. That's crazy. Rumor has it like, yo, that's wild. Oh, word. You just really have to be hitting people with like the word. That's what happened. Supposedly, huh? No, as I said before, I was what they would call the golden child at that point in time. I didn't become the black sheep until my 20s, and the only reason why I became supposedly the black sheep was because, well, no, I think it started during like when I became like 18, 19, but into my 20s, that's when it really started to go more into like, okay, like a black sheep kind of situation. And it's because I had boundaries during this time. I was over here taking care of everybody. Like my mom was always, my mom was the club hopper, the like she's stylish. You cannot hate on my mother when it comes to like style. She could dance and she had style. you know um it was just like she was always the person who was hardly home. She was always doing her own thing. When it comes to like some type of love interest, some type of um spots she wanted to go out, clubbing and things of that nature. Me, I was the homebody. I was the one that was always with my grandmother. That's why people in my 20s used to call me the grandma, because I didn't mind that, because I was the one who was always inside the house. And to this day, that's, I I still no problem with that. Please, I had toys that I had a bunch of toys that I wanted. I had my Barbie, my Barbie house, and I had, a bunch of Barbies. I had a lot of things at my disposal as a child. So I had toys, I had books to read. I had a wonderful grandmother who could cook really, really well. And we just, exchanged, recipes. We were really good. We just did soap operas. She had a garden outside, and with like little cherry tomatoes, and I would go out there and pick them and put them in the salads, and then we make turkey burgers and stuff like that. This was when I was old enough to actually, pardon me, make something. But other than that, yeah, I was when I was a kid, things were fun for me. The only time when I ever had anything bad was when my mom was around most of the time, because she would take her aggression out on me. And it seems really crazy because here we are, literally like 12, no, not 12 years, but like 22 years after this woman had passed away. And I'm still being subjected to really broken women who wish to project their hatred on me unprovoked, unjustly. There are women who are out there, just like my mother did. We're just like, she had a bad relationship, or she had a bad day. All of a sudden, I got the heat for it. And to this day, like, without my permission, because of the government, and whomever allowed them to do this shit, I have a lot of women, especially black women, and that's really upsetting, considering about like how hard I just don't, how hard I advocated and fought for so many people. And it's just like, for people to really think that it was okay for them to try to abuse me and try to project their feelings onto me and their hatred. And then also try to think that they can try to parent me by projecting their own insecurities, inadequacies, and their own patterns and habits and the things that they like about other people, or they notice about other people, and trying to project it onto me, and thinking that they had the right or the authority to try to control me. Oh, we will get into that part later. That's for another video. But again, this is, I just wanted to give you, the foundation on who it is, and who it is that I have been, who I've always been, against all the lies. And it's just like, at that point, after the end of it, it's just like, okay, well, you really only have yourself to argue with. So yeah, it's so crazy. Oh my god, people are over here talking about something like, oh, she's this, like she's this, she's that. She was like, she was never like this. I'm like, what the? It's crazy, bro. It's so crazy. Um, Again, authentic photos. Authentic photos, guys. And I just want to do a brief, like, this is like, I want to just do a brief thing about, like, my super youth. And then we're going to go into, like, my teens, and then we're going to go into the adulthood. Like, so yeah, when you, so this right here, this is supposed to be Halloween. I'm over here dressed up. Um, well, I'm dressed up a little bit and I'm holding like a little scarecrow toy, and this is me going out with Halloween with some lady. This is a lady at this little event. This is relatives, second eldest brother on my mom's side, the cousin who used to hold me when I was a kid. That one right there. This is him. This is the uncle on my mom's side, and this is my older brother. He's Puerto Rican, and this is yeah. We were down south because very often we would go down south to during the summertime for family reunions. Like, we, again, I wasn't rich, but, I could, I did grow up, having things, I didn't have to be that person without. Like, I had nice clothing, I had good enough clothing and things of that nature. And we had like little trips. Like, I didn't go out to like Bermuda or Bahamas and things of that nature. No, and I didn't go to Disneyland, but I went to places and, I had a good time, things of that nature. So yeah. And here I am as a kid again with my cousins, and here I am as the again. It's not the flower girl, but it was just like, I was like bridesmaid or something like that. And that is supposed to be that's my father right there, and he's holding me. And I'm just telling you, like, that doesn't look like somebody. I mean, supposedly for people to be making up all these lies and these fallacies, like, oh yeah, and I never loved her and this, that, and the third. I'm like, you seem really buddy buddy. Like, you didn't have, like, there's different ways on how to treat somebody, and that didn't look like somebody who was just like, like, don't get it twisted. You feel me? Like, you guys are dead to me, but we will definitely keep it a buck about the whole history about who it is that who I was in your life. Okay, like, let's never, okay, let's never ever get that fucking twisted. Hmm. Okay. So yeah. I hope it can I can take pictures because it's like really glossy and old. So sorry, I'll do this one. Do this and do. Oh. Well, I just wanted to show this particular photo. Pardon me, this particular photo right here, where I'm just like, holding the hand with my cousin. And we're supposed to be doing like, I guess he's supposed to be like, I don't know. Again, I was a part of the wedding, and I got to hold flowers, and I got to wear a nice dress. I did not want to complain. I could not complain. I was looking so fucking adorable. Like, hello and goodbye. You could not tell me anything. Okay, you could not tell me anything. I was looking really nice. Okay, do not ever. You'll be hating. You'll be a certified hater. Just remember, I just want you guys to keep receipts about like every little lie that was been told about me, because I'm just like, because it's the way how people try to backtrack. Okay, and so here is me with my beautiful, awesome birthday cake. They had took out the whole YMCA. It was like, this was for me, for me. This was my mom right here. Again, a stylish lady. Like, her and my grandmother, definitely. Like, this is what had inspired me to go for was it for FIT, for Fashion Institute Technology. Like, I loved fashion ever since I was a child, and like, in fact, one of my utmost favorite pardon me, soap opera. Like, I used to watch it all the time religiously with my grandmother. Is Bold and the Beautiful. That was my ultimate favorite. And I'm just, again, I'm so upset that it's just like only a half an hour. I mean, is that good? Is that good? That's why it's like so small. I mean, like it's so short. But Hello and Goodbye, I always love that show. That and Young and the Restless. Other than that, respectfully, I could pass. But yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's just see that right there. You know, again, for somebody who supposedly wasn't loved, and I was, and I'm right here. This is me in this outfit, uh, with immaculate knees at the time, and here's me again, and me right here again, and that's my cousin, that's my god sister, and that's friends and things of that nature. At one point, I was asked if I wanted a quinceañera because my godfather is Puerto Rican, and I was asked to have a sweet 16. But at that point in time, like I was just like I didn't have that many like people who I wanted to I wasn't befriending. Like I had associates, people that were just like, oh hey, please like chill with, but like I didn't have like the only people who I had like close was like two other people, and in hindsight one of those people was over here sabotaging and saying a lot of lies behind my back. So that was probably not indicative, but contributive to why I didn't have actual authentic friends, because somebody who's really jealous of me that was in my close circle of friendships of friends was literally lying behind my back. So in hindsight, and I just want to do probably this one last one in regards to my youth, and then we can go on to teens. Hold on, I just have too much stuff over here. Let's put this over here, put this over here, put this over here, put this over here. So yeah, here's me with my dress and my grandmother's area. She's a Sagittarius, and just some cute stuff. This was like throwback. This was like an old place, but she had, oh my goodness, she had jazzed this place up so nicely. Oh my goodness, I loved her vision. And here's me, and here's over here. Excuse me, that's my mother and her, and and an aunt who was at one point in time married to this guy, my uncle. And here are his children, and this is me again. And yeah, and here are just like some toys and things of that nature, but we're just hanging and chilling. So yeah. Oh, and here's a Jesus Last Supper kind of situation, which is what I like. Speaking of which, my name means the Holy Grail. Well, it's named after the Holy Grail. I was always just a smiling child, so I never understood like why people are always over here trying to like say something that was supposed to sound like the opposite. Like what? What are you talking about? Okay, so I just want to show right here, like I'm always smiling. I was always like the smiling one that was always beaming and happy and things of that nature. Just like the smiley kid, the smiley kid. When I went to a Catholic, no, I went to a Baptist. I was also always heavily into church. So my grandmother, she was a very spiritual, religious woman, but she also liked astrology. So I really like that whole open-minded kind of situation, mindset. I went to a Baptist daycare. I went to a Catholic kindergarten. And again, smiley, 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 smiley. Um, just a smiley, just honestly, it's just a smiling child all the time, all the time. All right, so this, this, this. Oh, that was my let me just show this. So, so this is my grandmother. Pardon me. These are the people who I grew up with. These people right here. So basically, I was living in a house. It was just me. This is my grandmother with the reddish hair. This is my uncle, the one who was in the Navy, and this is my mother. And so, and it was just me. It was literally just the three of us and a cat. Um, oh, and also a dog too, a border collie. But anyway, it just, this was us. This was us. And eventually, several years later, I had a brother. But yeah, this is me again, and this is my one of my relatives. Hold on, how do I zoom into this bad boy? Okay, well, anyway, I don't think you can really see, but as you can see, this woman, this light skinned woman right here. Hold on, actually, let me just put this down. Okay. No. Wait, what the? How did this happen? Yeah. Okay, so do you see this light skinned lady right here? Right there? Actually, can I make this bigger? It's it's not helping. Okay. Okay. So yeah, this light skinned lady right here, this is she's Italian. She's Italian. And you see the 144 right there? That's, you know, people were trying to make up like some type of religion saying, oh, 144,000 or something, 100,000 or something like that. This is me. That's not me. That's not me. This is my Aunt Evelyn. She rest in peace. Rest in peace. And look, she's fashionable too. People were fashionable. Okay, my mom's side, it was like, and you see how, like, this house is, like, I'm telling you, we had to, well, actually, I say we, but I did nothing to contribute to that. The house was looking like a maze balls, like, as I was growing up, everything was looking so super, like, really, really nice. But yeah, this is Aunt Evelyn. Rest in peace. She's Italian. And, yeah. So, and me and my bike. But it was just like, I didn't want for anything. I was just, I was good. Skadoosh. And here I am with my little brother. Yeah, me and my little puppy. Just living the dreams. Well, not living the dreams, but yeah. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, yeah, so I went to a Baptist daycare, and then I went to a Catholic Catholic kindergarten, and then after that I went to just a standard school, and but I still went to church and things of that nature, or just eventually we weaned off and we're just like we're just gonna you know practice church at home, and I was okay with that. Please, I get to have like sleep in. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. But then you get to wake up to waffles all the time. Waffles every Sunday. Waffles and Bob Evans sausages. It was amazing. And bam, it was very cliche. Like, hold on. This right here. This right here. Oh, and this right here. So again, when people start making up all these lies and whatnot like that in regards to like, oh, we never liked her. I mean, maybe that's not a lie where you never liked me, because clearly, by the way how you guys were acting, it was like, oh, we never liked her. It's like, okay, well, trust me. Now the feeling is mutual. Trust and fucking believe. But it's like, yeah, people were just like on some whole. Okay, I just want to do one more. Just like you guys gotta keep your lives up. Gotta stay consistent with y'all lives. I'm not gonna go through all my photos because like I have a lot. In fact, I have more back in the storage place. But I was like, these are good enough. These are good enough. Oh my god, my great grandma looks like that grandma from the Proud Family. Oh my god. It's like, oh my goodness, that's insane. And I think it's important for me to go ahead and show these youthful photos anyway, because it's just like, people were saying that, you never liked me, and yet no one was telling you to, take photos and to take photos with me. I can understand if you were like, a child having to take photos with the adult, but you guys were the adults taking photos with me. Like you, yeah, it's just it's insane. The BS was crazy. Yeah. I'm going to throw in. Do I have any singles? And I grew up in a family that had different type of you know, different type of races. People from people that were Latino, people that are Latino, people that are white, people that are black, obviously people that are white, Hispanic, white, Hispanic, black. And with black there was different types. Like I mean, we were from the South, and from there we had, it was an eclectic mix. It was definitely a salad bowl. Also, family from Jamaica, and yeah, family that was, through marriage. It was like St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So this is me and my one of my uncles, and here I am too in the mix between my uncles, one on my dad's side, and this one right here is, I think he's the oldest on my dad's side, and he's the oldest on my mom's side, and this is my grandmother looking like, so cute. And here's my mother behind, I guess, being very proud of my awards and things like that, literally looking like the emoji woman. And here is one of the embarrassing photos that my mother would do, because as we would try to match and things of that nature, I shit you not, and then try to like send those pictures off for like, holidays and things of that nature. But yeah, this is what we did. This is what we did. Um, and here's me. This time is like us smiling with my cousin smiling, and here's me. Him holding me still. I think I'm crying. Yeah, I am. I was, I just wasn't having it. I just, it just wasn't that moment. And he was just, of course, he was just all joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy. But the thing was, is like I had prided myself on my scholastics, because I had when I was in when I was in kindergarten. So yeah, I went to a Catholic school kindergarten. I was given an opportunity to skip a grade, and I was just like, no, thank you. I just, I no. And here are my awards right here. Boom, boom, boom. And it's right here. You can tell by the Beauty and the Beast. Here in the background. You probably really can't see it. But there is this right here is a music. It says orchestra band. So this is right here is you know, 4-H club, honor roll, honor rolls, National Honor Society, things of that nature. Yeah. And then the rest she put downstairs because she wanted to show off. So she, yeah, that was my mom. She kind of helped me to like certain type of kind of standards. I shit you not. I went to summer. I don't know how she did it, but I went to summer school for a C. See, but this is right here to dispel the claims of people supposedly not liking me or not wanting to do anything with me. In regards to my childhood, the only thing that was really like crazy with my childhood again was with my mother, who was very who had her abusive moments, with like trying to project and take that shit out of me. So if she had like a bad relationship, things of that nature, she would try to take it out on me. Pardon me. Let's see what else. But during that time, that's when I learned about you know, I just kind of focused myself into other things because I was loved in other places. It was just like with her, I just, I didn't like that whole she was really up and down, and I don't fucks with that. I like something that's more, I like consistent. Okay, if you're consistent chaotic, that's still not good enough for me. Like I like something that's more peaceful. I've always vibed with that. Like you can be exciting without having to be destructive and chaotic. There's a way to be exciting and have fun without you being a fucking walking mess. And there were times where really it was just like I had it. I really, I just, I did not tolerate a lot of the ups and downs, and those mood swings were just like insane. I was like, I can't, I really can't. I'm really better off with my grandmother. I was so much more chill, and then I also had like my other relatives who were more chill. Fast forward that they were the ones who are speaking really negatively about me now, and who are making money off of me, and were okay with me being abused. So again, their character now is not who they displayed themselves as back in the day. But yeah. So I just wanna, like, you guys don't have to really see this part. I just want to hit all avenues. And here I am. Well, this is family members from my mom's side. Um, this is a girl that my dad dated, and here I am visiting people from the south, and somebody's holding me. And here's Christmas, and with the trees and stuff like that, with me and my poof. Here's me doing the curtsy. And I'm hanging out with my dad's side and my sis. This is my god sister, or my brother's god sister. It was like a family. my mom's best friend's daughter. And here I am right here with my father's girlfriend's son, and that was my sister over there in the middle. And here I am graduating. The Again, my mom. I'm telling you, it's very fashionable. Um, it was like this is me with graduation. That is my father, and that is my sister, right there. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, again, like okay. So we're going to go into the part where you know, yeah, I will spare you guys from these. How did this happen? What in the world? How in the spaghetti? Let's do that again. Okay. Yeah, I'm like, well, how the hell that one happen? Cute one. Cat. Okay. Okay. Um, this right here is with it was like the birthday thing, and here I am. One of the trips down south. We had the hotels. Everybody. It was a family affair. Here I am with an aunt on my father's side, and we were wearing like the same, almost the same kind of hairstyle. And here I am with people on my mom's side. So, and these are at varying ages of my life. So, obviously, elementary, this right here looks like middle school, this right here is middle school, and this right here is high school. And again, family, supposedly, blood is thicker than water. We were all cool and everything like that. I was the one that was always looking out for people. I was the one that was always, making things fun, having a good time. Even if there was a moment where my mom had like, I would ask for like my cousin to come around, or my cousin would happen to just visit me in town, and he would just want to hang out, and I would want to hang out, obviously. And but my mom, I don't know, it's just like she knew, and she just would want to just try to fuck it up, her attitude. And I just needed always a moment to just kind of like be with myself for a moment, just so I wouldn't like put my project do the same thing that she does to me, which is like project my energy onto him, or like to give him like that kind of vibe. Not even project onto him, but it's just like to have like that, bring that energy around him. So I would sit with myself for a very long time, and then I'd be like, let me go downstairs, and you would never know. You would never know. So yeah, one of the most I was the one, as you can saw, with the awards and things of that nature. Like I had a lot of awards. I had got scholastics and things of that nature was very important to me. I did dancing school. I did uh, was it orchestra. I was a part of, I played the violin since the third grade. I was into science. I like science. Was it student affairs? I was like assistant president, and then yeah, I was a lot of things. So it was very admirable. I did everything well. I did everything very well. We did like short stories. Well, actually, we didn't. They didn't have short stories then. I just made short stories because I always loved doing that. I always loved writing books and things of that nature. So I did that when I was a kid, and I would just share it with people. Without even asking, I would just like make up short stories that would be very exciting, and then just share with people. Yeah, those that was me. That was me. That was what I was doing back in the day, and in volunteering. And also, I learned through my mom. I learned American Sign Language and Spanish, so I taught math to someone who was hearing impaired. So I had to learn American Sign Language in order to go ahead and to teach, in order to teach the young girl. Shortly after that, that's like one of the bad things I can say about, well, besides my mom's abuse, like both physical and emotional abuse, was being raped. So yes, the childhood rape, um, and then finally, having like the courage. It didn't take me long though, but having the courage to tell my mom exactly what happened, and yet it didn't take long for her to take me back into that environment. Like they never did that again. They never did that again, because it was just like, okay, well, she's not gonna fight for me, then I'm gonna fight for me. So she didn't speak up on my behalf, and at that point, I decided to just have my own boundaries, and like, I mean, enforce my own boundaries. So yeah. And I think around that time is when things just kind of started to take a turn. I guess people started to really kind of like lose like a certain kind of image in regards to who it is that I am as a human being. And I'm just like, literally, like, this is something that happened to me, and I'm just a child. This wasn't even in middle school. This was in elementary school when this had happened to me. Fast forward to middle school. Um, that was an isolated moment, and then after that, I just I persevered. I didn't tell anybody about it. Like the only time when I really had to acknowledge, well, the only time when I acknowledged this shit was when I was finding out that I was being abused, like this way. I was being violated this way, and this is insane and so fucking disgusting and so uncalled for. But here I am, here I fucking am, and people are trying to find meaning or ways in order to justify stalking me. It's not just watching me; it's stalking me. And then I also have relatives out here telling me a whole bunch of shit behind my back. Like, like they never had any good intentions for me. That's insane. That's really fucking insane. It's just like, if you don't like me and I don't like you, then what naturally happens is that you go on to live your life and I go ahead and live mine. But no, these people took it upon themselves to trash my name, vilify me, and also split the proceeds in regards to harming me and harassing me. All right. So, oops. My creativity didn't stop in elementary school because ever since elementary school I found like creative outlets for myself. So I was always into drawing. Right here in this photo right here is like I had tagged. I took pictures of some drawings that I had, including some jeans and a skirt that I was hired to do. And this is somebody from school who had to hold me still while I was like midway. I was like walking from one place to another, holding this T-shirt right here because it was paint. I was painting it. So I was going from like one place to the art class, and here I am with like my little bangles. But I was just like, okay, I need to move. Like I need to. And people were just trying to hold me. He was trying to hold me still. I don't even know who this guy name is. It was just like, but I was always the background kind of person. I have this photo right here where I'm just like literally wearing nothing but sweats. Like the only thing that mattered to me ever was just like, you know, scholastics and stuff. Things about like boys and things of that nature, no. I was trying to save myself for do not laugh, but for Leonardo DiCaprio. So it was just like, you know, I'm over it. So I'm just like, these were I mean, obviously that did not happen. But it was just like, these were moments of my life where I wanted to just, you know, go to a certain type of school, live my life accordingly, do this, that, and the third. And people were turning shit into a joke. They were really making my life into a joke. But then they would sit here and then talk about, chant, parade around about how life isn't fair, justice, you know, about equality and being targeted. Like you would talk about things while still doing it. And yet you had the audacity to come out your mouth and tell me to be grateful and to try not to compare myself to others. When literally that's all you guys are doing is comparing yourself to me and comparing me to something else. So why? So like you guys project like a mother. Oh my God, that's so horrible. So yeah, that is my youth. Um, going into going to elementary school, you know, I won like I won prizes for, you know, I had all these, you know, accolades, and then did science fairs and I won those. Not first place with science fairs because, you know, I was doing things that were more challenging. Like I literally tried to make a candy machine. Okay, out of a cardboard box. It did pretty well. It did pretty well. You know, I got something. I think it was like third place, but it was something. I think one time I got second place, but I'm definitely sure I got third place. Another one, um, in middle school, I got first place in the entire district, so that one was nice. But also within, I did short stories with like 4-H club and things of that nature. Again, honor society. One time I got a C. That was crazy. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't show it. Okay, I find it. Whatever. I will have to do that later. But yeah. So all right. So basically, during consistently elementary, middle school, and whatnot like that, I've pushed myself into moments where I wanted to excel. Um, Even more. I even was a part of a play in middle school. It was what is it? Oh, that must. All right, so that one's still in storage, but I did. It was like one of the Alvin Ailey kind of choreographers that came to the middle school, and they were putting on like a great performance, and it was really nice. And I remember I was doing like wade in the water, and it was really awesome. So like it was like a whole bunch of people within like that school. So I did that. I did 4-H club. I did like short stories for like kids and things of that nature. I did like a science fair and what else? I don't think anything really serious. Again, the most traumatic thing happened was when I was in elementary school and I had got raped. Other than that, everything was just after that, everything was just my mom's just hostilities and her emotional and physical abuse. But at to a point, it stopped because I was at the point where I was like I had enough. Like she had really like taken it too far, and I was willing to like try to put her down. And somewhere in between that, she showed more respect, and that's really sad to say and to see, considering that you shouldn't have to try to go to those lengths in order for somebody to just for you to just respect someone. Like that's insane and that's stupid, but it happened. And anyway, and in high school, I as you saw like in high school, I I excelled. I had an Edward. I had like got scholarships. I had got like full scholarships, and I had got partial scholarships in order to go to college. I had got the superintendent student of the month, things of that nature. I got my name in the paper, things of that nature. And my one of my closest friends, he had gotten to Harvard, which was like really big at the time because not many people at the time of color were going to prestigious schools like that. Now it's definitely way more common, but that was one that's that was the wave that was what's up. What was another thing? It was like I made it to be first place. Not yeah, I was one like first violinist when I was in high school, and I also got to bring my late debutantes. Like one of those photos is of my debutantes. So I was a debutante, and I had wrote to 106 Park, which was really popular at the time, and I had got us all tickets to go, and I was able to show one of my paintings there on the stage, and that was really nice, and it was representing Trent. And yeah, again, this is so old that I'm not talking about it as it's like, oh, these are glory days. Like these are just I'm just really saying it to say it so you can get a synopsis of like who it is that I am as a person. So during that time, when my mom was out and about doing her own thing, actually, hold on. So yeah, the most horrible situation was just the rape thing, and I just kept getting scholastic awards after that. I mean, continuing after that, and I graduated. I graduated with honors, and I graduated in like the top. I think 15% or 20% of my student body, and yeah, and that was even after my mom had passed away. My mom had passed away shortly after I had turned 17, like literally the next month after I had turned 17, and that was something because I had to help my grandmother more with my little brother. We moved out of my mom's house and back into with my grandmother. Here's me with a picture of my little brother, my baby brother. My mother had gestational diabetes, so my mom was I was just like, it was crazy because my mom was like suspecting me to, to have sex or something like that. And I was just like, no, because like my mom was a cautionary tale. I was like, I don't want to be anything like you. I really don't. And I made that promise to myself. Like, I don't want to be anything like you. So I don't want to be baby trapped. This was my little brother. And this is how the house was back in the day before it turned into what it is now. But, yeah. Okay. I think that's pretty much it. So now we're going to go basically the whole synopsis of me from from a child literally coming out of the womb to adulthood when I was 18 was just that I was, the smiley girl who was always volunteering and sticking up for others. I was the helper. I was the caretaker, the assistant caretaker, and the caretaker. My grandmother had diabetes, and she had her blackouts. So when my mom was out, I used to come back home. Well, I was already home, and just help her, like take care of her. So I would take care of her, and then to also take care of my brother. Um, so doing that was a lot of stress, especially for somebody who was extremely young. I was like, the second parent, pretty much. And in the midst of that, I didn't get any thank yous or anything. I was just getting chastised all the time and getting harmed and abused emotionally and physically by my mother. And until the age where I was just like, okay, no, I'm going to hit you back. And to the point where it was just like, keep it up and I'll do something worse to you. And it didn't happen. So yeah, I just kept up good grades and was just always I was considered the golden child, mostly because of the the accolades that I got, the bubbly personality, always helping people, always being that creative joy and things of that nature. Uh, yeah, that really continued, and I mean, that's really all I can say about like from there to there. Like, there's really nothing too much to highlight. I think again, it's gonna take entirely too long. But in 18, pardon me, within those years, I had acquired two friends that I grew up with, and I had I had associates, as you can see, but I had those two friends, and they called me best friends first. So I am so sorry. so um, so these people called me best friend first. They approached me first, and they called me best friend first. These people were like really I thought that they were cool. With the guy, it was like one was a girl and one was a guy. The guy, he just seemed like really chill, really laid back, and just like him doing his own thing. It was cool. I grew up around guys. I had my uncles, and I had like my brother and my cousin. So it was like always just guys. My um the girl that I grew up with, she just seemed really insecure, extremely insecure, and she was, it was very impoverished living. Like where I lived was like a much more nicer area, and where it was a much more nicer house, and where she had lived was definitely seriously. I mean, having like there was not a minute that went by where you did not see roaches, and that was something that I didn't try to make that person feel like belittled or anything of that nature, because it was just like on the weekends I was the kid that was Monday through Friday living at home with my mom, and then Friday night, Saturday, pick up, like come back on Sunday back home, because on the weekend I would stay with my father. And sometimes where he would live for a moment of time, he had lived in a place where they had roaches. Like he would live with women, and so he had lived at one place, two places, two occasions he had lived with women who like really had like really bad roach situations. So I was always it was always a weird situation, because it was just like I'm happy to be home, because like that was like kind of a cringe moment, but it wasn't anything I wanted to make my father or whomever feel bad about. So it was like I was used to that. But at the same time, I didn't want to be home because my mom, like my mom, if my mom wasn't there, I would have just, it would have been amazing, amazing all the time. Um, but yeah, like, so I didn't feel like her having that stuff wasn't an offense or gross to me because it's something that I experienced, or like I was I wouldn't say subjected to, but it was something that I experienced, and then I dealt with when I was with my father, who was living again with women. Like, he was a womanizer, so he didn't live in a place where he was the one that was, being like, the breadwinner, pretty much. He was the one that was always living on somebody's couch and things of that nature. Yeah, for the most part, for definitely his life. I remember at one point in my youth giving him money because I saw that he was on hard times, and I was just like, yeah, like, yo, I really felt for him. But somehow he had caught a job, a good job, and ever since then he was making at least decent money. Not to the point, however, I guess he wasn't taking care of it correctly, because when I was in my 20s, he asked me for money. He asked me to co-sign a car for him. So I just want to show this right here, which is like really cute. This is me and um, me, the roommate in the middle, and also a friend that I had made in the city. Like, yeah, this is when I went to fashion school. So I was definitely, like, just a happy-go-lucky kind of person. I really was, like, for real, for real. Like bright and inspiring, things of that nature. But then when my mom had passed away, my grandmother again took care of us. So I had to, that's my cap. So I had to do things in which, like, commute back and forth. And well, excuse me, I didn't have to, but my uncles were making me feel bad about it. Like, one day, in between classes, my uncle calls me frantic because he didn't know how to take my grandmother out of a diabetic coma. So I'm like, dude, like, you should have known this. This is what really let me know that my position. Yeah, so this is me, and this is like my FIT thing around my neck. This is my roommate, and this is one of the girls who I've had befriended. Like, she was cool. She's African, half Nigerian and stuff like that. And actually, the one of the guys that I grew up with, one of the best friends, he's Nigerian too. So I was like, oh snap, like, this is really really fucking cool. It's crazy on how that works. Anyway, so I was making friends with so I had two friends, and the girl, she was really insecure, but it's just like you would see the kind of banter back and forth that you would see on TV shows. So like, think of something like, Living Single with like Maxine Shaw and Kyle Barker, or think of it on some type of like, like, think of any kind of TV show where you see somebody with like witty remarks and things of that nature. Like, we had that kind of energy, and well, that person will always initiate it. And I was just like, okay, well, I'm quick with it. So I'm just like, yo, let me come back at you, and they would just like shut down and shut up. So I'm just like, oh, okay. Well, I thought that was always, like one of those moments, but like, yeah. And I think I probably got that from my uncles. My uncles, no doubt, because like there was like my uncle was like definitely the funny guy, and I was always the one that was looking into more kind of witty things. So that definitely was like helpful, because when it came to like wit, um, my slick mouth definitely comes from my mother. Um, but my I think partial humor comes from my uncle and my uncle's my uncle, my uncle Danny, and the compassion comes from my uncle Kevin, and the business savvy comes from my uncle James. And yeah, I grew up around that shit. So it's like these were influential, and I just kind of took the reins from there. I just kind of, was always the observant one, and to the point where I couldn't no longer be observant. I would just ask questions. So I was like, oh, how do you do this? Da, 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 da. And yeah, that's the sum up for me. I would buy things for these friends and for these family members, and you'd be like, oh, how did you even pay for that? Well, when I was young, I asked for an allowance, and I made, like, literally in my marble book, I made a project, like, I made a presentation to get myself a an allowance, for my mother, and I got it. Well, from her and my grandmother. So I did that, and I took on a side job doing the tagging with the shirts and things of that nature. I did that. Plus I used to work at a hair store, and then another time I had worked. I just worked. It was always school taking care. It was like, yeah, it was school taking care of my family and work. Okay, it was crazy. You would have thought I was like a young immigrant from like 1930s or something like that, who just came from overseas trying to start anew. It's like, but yeah, I just had that whole ethic, but it was all, and I always, was just smiling and bubbly because, at that time I was in an environment which seemed like it was loving. In hindsight, it's just definitely not what it was. Not what it is now. Definitely not what it is now. So now we're into, so now that you know, excuse me, actually, hold on. Yeah, and when I was in high school, I took college courses. So yeah, it was definitely like extra learning. So I took college courses, and again, I have photos. Ooh, I showed you guys photos before, but I have photos and things of that nature. Which one is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? This is my little debutante thing, and National Honor Society. My name is in the paper when it comes to, like, accolades. National Honor Society. National Honor Society, and just and the full scholarships, and then the partial scholarships. Da, 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 da. I'm just disproving claims about people saying that, I'm supposed to be like some kind of like slow learner and things of that nature. I'm just like, y'all, like, how are you coming? Seriously, how are you coming? So makeup and okay. All right. So yeah, that's that. That's that. Yeah. uh, I wanted to show you guys this pamphlet because I went to, like I said, I went to, I took like college courses at Mercer County Community College when I was in high school. And I also took a summer at Lehigh University in order to get a, in order to learn. So let's see. This right here is really funny. Well, not funny, but this is one of the things I had learned. Well, this is one of the things I did. It was called Oasis. Basically, like you're using the software system in order to create like your own drink ad, and we came up with this kind of drink and we called it Oasis, and it's just like really throwback, and I wanted to keep it because it was really cool. Um, Fruitacious, delicious is all right there. Is better than that stuff sung by Britney Spears. You know what? I'm not gonna read this. It's so cheesy. Oh my gosh. With popular demand, a new company has been spawned in order to bring three fruity, innovative drinks that will quench anyone's thirst. Oasis will become a dominant player in the beverage industry within the next decade. And oh my God, so it had John Gong, me, Shalice, Dustin Jefferson, Tariq Graham, and Yara Collin. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. It was just, oh my goodness. Too funny. Tropical Wave, Kiwi Peach, Caribbean Chaos, Lotus. Our catch is to be yourself and find what quenches your thirst. Find yours. Oh my God, I gotta stop. I'm putting this up. So that who would know that I would be using that, that software kind of savvy for this invention that I have going on right now. Oh my goodness, that and beauty. All right. Anyway, what else? I'm gonna put this one up right here for right now, but actually, no, I'm gonna leave this back up. Sorry. So let's see. We've done my youth. We've done yeah, we've done the youth thing up until 18, and you kind of really know like who the people who I kept in my circle. Like I was really again a really easygoing person. These people who were like who I grew up with, they didn't have much. They really didn't. They have a lot now, which is honestly respectable as hell, like as all hell. I'm not saying I respect them on who they are as human beings, considering the bullshit that they did to me, but that whole come up on how you came from an impoverished area to this. And I'm saying this before knowing exactly the criminal shit that they did in the background in order to get that. But, based off on me thinking that, oh, these people were just, living 9 to 5s or whatever like that, upright positions in order to attain these things. I thought that was really respectable. Um, So now I want to talk. Yeah, now I want to talk more about the people in my life. So now that you know about me from 18, from 0 to 18, let me tell you about the people in my life during that time. Um, Again, my mother was abusive. We don't need to go into that one. My grandmother was my everything. She was really cool. She was like the only sole source of like a maternal influence in my life. I learned cooking from her, taking care of wanting to grow my own food. So she had like a few things in her garden, and actually on my mom's side, my aunt, the one I showed you in that picture, her mom would grow food in the garden. So like she had a huge ass garden. So that I get that respect from and that kind of admiration from her. So those kind of things. Again, just more of a southern comfort because she came from the south, and she brought a lot of that kind of charm with her up to the north, and that just that rubbed on me. And during that time, again, volunteering, I would help take her out of her blackouts. And I was either, doing people favors, making just, making things just, generally sweet and easy for a lot of people. I just wanted to make things just genuinely sweet and nice for people. And it didn't exhaust me. It didn't exhaust me because I felt like these people would do and go beyond, above and beyond for me, and I just I felt loved at that time. I felt loved with the exclusion of my mother. I felt it. There were moments where people were the only time when I would hear anything that would be in regards to pettiness, or it was just like, I think would probably be from like Danielle, seriously. And it was always like that whole negative energy. It was but in full accountability, I thought it was that whole insecurity thing. If you watch the TV shows that we had back in the day, you would see the banter and the exchange when it comes, between people who were like friends. And I think you still have some of that kind of banter and whatnot like that when you see TV shows, where people were going to argue or whatnot like that. I mean, but we never had like an argument. We were always just kind of like joke with each other, or if something went too far, I'm like, don't do that, okay? Like, I made it known. So it's really weird on how somebody who was deeply insecure and impoverished would come up and try to look down on me. And not only that, but well, that's gonna be in the next part. But it was just like to try to look down on me. So the other person who was in my life, I didn't know supposedly that person had a crush on me back in the day. I looked at a person as like a brother. I shit as like a brother. So that was really people said they had a crush on me. I don't believe it. But I always looked at a person as family. So you know, and again with Danielle, I didn't see any reason to like there was no competition. If there was ever going to be any competition, it was going to be something that's consensual, where you're going to have like a friendly competition. I don't want to have a competition with somebody and thinking like, oh, I need to compete with everything that you need to do. That's crazy. Sorry, hold on. I think I have to sneeze. I have like sometimes like hair comes into the into the yeah. That's pretty much it. Um, I think a turn where Danielle probably started to really, really feel herself was in high school. I'm not in high school, in middle school. So when I got that C that I told you about, my mom, like, she lost her shit. And it was at that point that she had got super irate. She took the TV, and Danielle had came with me because she has like a longer commute to walk to home, and I'm en route. We're in the same route, kind of going the same way. But I live so close to the school, but anyway, where I had stopped, she had came inside, took a breath, took a breather, and my mom had lost her shit. Like, she saw that C and she was just like, oh no, and she hit me. She hit me right in front of Danielle, and it was like the first time that ever happened. And I think she probably would have, because my mom has a tendency to sometimes strike at other kids, and I'm like, yo, like, what the fuck are you doing? I've seen her hit, like, when she hit me, she hit one of the guys one of the guy's daughter, and she would hit these, my goodness, she would hit my cousins, she would hit her friend's daughter. I'm like, okay. So at that point, I was a little worried because I didn't want her to put hands on Danielle, and I was very protective. And at that time, Danielle wasn't somebody who she is today. I was just like very taken aback by. I'm like, her, like, when people tell me about like all the things that this person has done, I'm like, her, stop it. But yeah. So I was just like, oh no, and like my heart just kind of sank, and I was like, oh wow, okay, well, this is what's gonna happen. But she didn't. My mom didn't, and I went upstairs, grabbed the TV, put it downstairs, and I just kind of like, my heart burst because I was just like, this is just ridiculous. I'm just so tired of swimming. I really am. And then several years later, she passed away. But it was just like, yeah. I was like, yeah, I'm just so tired. I'm just so tired of this woman. So, anyway, that seemed like to be a moment because every single time before then, Danielle would come over to my house, and with another girl named Antoinette, and that was also a close friend at the time. That was another close female friend at the time. So it was Danielle, Antoinette, and I, and we would we would stop at the corner store, and I would pay for them to have some food so that we can take it to the school classmates and they can share it amongst each other. Just a common thing in order to make friends, this, that, and the third. For some reason, after the moment where, I had to go to summer school and I got hit. I think that probably just like opened up like a whole another pair of eyes against me. Like I was sensing some. No, in hindsight, I didn't sense anything really, but it was some like, well, excuse me. I sensed a shift, just in the energy, but I thought it was because of like awkwardness. I didn't know it was a kind of like a superiority switch where this person thought that, all of a sudden, like, she's better than me, or that she would even consider trying to compete with us, compete with me anyway. In hindsight, this woman has taken it upon herself to mimic and try to pretend and try to be like me, or like try to be the daughter of my mom and of my grandmother. Like, this is crazy. She used to call my grandmother, and I was like, it was nothing. She's like, oh, it's nothing. My grandmother would be like, oh, everybody calls me grandmother, and I was like, okay, fine then. Because she was a crossing guard. So she's like, oh, everybody called her grandma. I was just like, okay, fine then. And then it was just like wearing certain kind of things. She couldn't at that point in time. She couldn't afford to wear the certain kind of things that I used to wear. But it was just it was weird. It was just like a lot of negative things said behind my back. In hindsight, a lot of negative things said behind my back in order to taint my character and taint my image. And I'm just like, wow, like this really, he was really supposed to be my friend, and this is how you do me. Noted. Noted. Again, in hindsight. At the time, again, I just thought this was somebody who was just really insecure and who needed just more attention and more love. I didn't know that this was somebody who was extremely fucked up. Because I mean, how would you like it if you raised a child and your child's friend was out to try to get you, or trying to be like your daughter, and wanted you to be calling her, your child, your daughter, and trying to be the perfect child and trying to compete with your child. And shit is wild and shit is insane. Um. So yes, that part was noted. Another thing that was noted is one day I had to leave school early in middle school, and I was sitting on a stoop where my grandmother was doing the crossing guard stuff, and I didn't feel like going home. I felt like sitting on the stoop where my grandmother was doing crossing guard. And Tequalin had came by. It was like, a cousin on my dad's side, and he was saying like, oh, people were talking about you in class, and I was like, well, what about? And it was just, he was saying things that just seemed definitely like a reach, really dramatic. Something about like, oh, like I'm very sensitive, or like I cry a lot, and I'm just like, no, like there has to be a reason if I ever do cry about something, like no. So he didn't tell me who said it or who started it. Supposedly he was acting like he didn't know, but the fact that that had happened in that classroom, I was just like, wow. Like there was a lot of people in that classroom, so I'm just like, wow, really? So this is how it starts. Well, it probably started again since like elementary school, but like this is how it projects. Like wow, wow. I didn't know at the time because I had asked her. I was like, hey, did you hear anything? And I asked a few other people, oh, did you hear anything? And people were just like, oh no, oh, Interesting. Interesting. In high school, there was moments where, again, it was like, the soft joking, but the soft joking where it was like back and forth. It was almost like, I guess, like, trying to make jokes at my expense. But in hindsight, again, it's always in hindsight, I noticed that she didn't clap for me when I got the tickets to like Wilson Park, and I got the debutantes to come and to be there. Like that was something that was like kind of like exciting because nobody was able to do that yet, and like in the school, so that was nice. If I wanted to be, I was in a hey, I thought I heard something. I was a first violinist, and well, when I was in the violin, when I played the violin, she decided to play violin shortly after we had became friends, and it didn't really take with her. Um, and she stayed at second violinist, and I was moved to first. She was not pleased by that, and then she had went on to choir, to be in the choir, and I was like, oh, okay, that's what's up. She just she was never the kind of person to want to clap for me, and I think when she suspected that oh, the gig is up, um, I probably have like one post of something from my like my Just Bees Honey from her, and that was it. And then there was another thing, and that was in my adulthood. Like I'm just been talking. Oh, it's 3 o'clock. I want to do one more hour, and then I'm done. So that's the foundation. Because I had graduated with honors. In my adult years, I had graduated. Excuse me. At high school, I had graduated with honors. So again, when people are trying to like falsify my life, I'm just like, no, please do not do that. Seriously, don't do that at all. But this is the kind of person that I just keep burping. God. Yeah, where's my other photos? I don't understand. Oh, hi, baby. Okay. Hey, bitch. Hi. Oh, focus. Oh, pardon. Focus. Oh, he's so funny. So, all right, hold on. I let's go into the adult years because this is the part that you probably guys want to kind of see more than likely. But I think this. It's like here, damn it. Focus. Here. What's up? He's, he's so mean. He's just like fuck. What do you want? Poor thing. Come Um, this is from Thompson Prometric when I was working in customer service. This 2005. This is the kind of energy where I have, where I'm just like so freaking like polite with people and kind enough to be in the company of others, or just kind enough in general. And Sebastian, please stop this. Stop that, stop that. You sheepy? You sheepy or you want water? You feel like you actually just can't woke up. You sheepy? I apologize. Yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, thank you. I apologize, guys. I'm just gonna grab. Just gonna close off. Bam. Go. Nice. Whoops. Okay, hold on. Okay, what you have to do, mister. I'm sorry. Did I just? Okay, I'm just hoping I'm not showing. Whoop, up, up. My computer. Okay, you have a choice. You want to go under the bed? You want to go out? Nice. Okay, so the little one out there. Let's see. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, actually, where is the? Actually, since I'm up right now, let me go grab the. Oh wait, I think I have it in here. Okay, hold on. At least I have the essential ones in here. Be nice, you too. Okay. All right. So, 18 to 20. You have the whole synopsis about like the characteristics of people who I've been hanging out with and hanging around with. Um, so yeah. This person. So this is just me. As you can see, all these photos right here, like this is me, and this is the person who is just really fucking like, god damn, just ugly. Like I'm talking about inside, and it's like so fucking vain and just I'm so disgusted. I can't. I can't. Actually, let's go back to this. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. Sorry, I have cat hair now on my face. love, love, love my cat. I love, love, love my. I love, love, love my little meow meow, but I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. Oh my God, seriously? So sorry. I have cat hair in my mouth. Don't you hate that when it happens when you have like? I'm sorry. I have cat. Huh. Cat hair in the mouth is just a horrible thing. Okay. Sorry, I just don't really like cat hair in my face or my mouth. Like, especially my eyes. Oh my God. Okay, so let's I'm gonna be quick about this. Let's go to my page. Let's go to filters. Let's go to the very beginning. So okay, so July. All right. So in 2007 is when I had added. 2007 is when I added myself into social media. Well, as far as to Facebook, because I did have a MySpace, and MySpace, I didn't do anything that was like untoward. I was just the kind of happy-go-lucky kind of person who was just making posting awesome playlists and making sure that my playlist was nice enough so that my aesthetics were up to date and looking very official. I'm actually very proud of those moments. That and I think eventually turned into Tumblr later on, and yeah, I was definitely into those more so than Facebook. So anyway, I joined Facebook because somebody wanted me to go ahead and do it, and it was really interesting on how the same year, like my one of my friends who I grew up with. Um, was still like in school around the same time that not the same time was at Harvard the same time that the guy who made Facebook, Zuckerberg, was. So I was like, oh, okay, that's what's up. Well, oh, that's nice. He was just like, so anyway, here I am. It says 2007, welcome, and that's July. So let's just see what it says for hmm, December. Okay, so let me tell you what happened, like leading up to that. Uh, oh, as I told you before, like I've been celibate for years, and it doesn't like people probably would think that it's something that's like unnatural, but no. Like I didn't wait just until I was 18 to have sex. I waited until I graduated to have sex. My mother was such a cautionary chill because she was pregnant with me when she was in high school, and she that's when she didn't give birth while I was in high school, but she had the contractions and stuff like that when she was in high school. And I was just like, I just really don't want to have to go through any of that drama. Especially, I don't want to be tied down or trapped by a man in regards to that. So yeah, it was easy for me to keep it because that was my way. That was my way of kind of being like petty and spiteful. I just didn't. I held myself to a more high regard in regards to doing that. And on top of that, I thought that I had a virginity pact with my other friends, where we were all just we were all going to be virgins. Disappointingly, I was the only one. Disappointingly, supposedly, other people were saying that they were, and come to find out they weren't. And I was like, oh, okay. Where they cut me out of the loop. Um, but anyway, I don't know even why I really went into that conversation. Let's just say up until this point where it says 2007. So 2007, graduated in 2003. So 4 years later. 4 years later, and I was 22. During the time from college to 22, um, things were cool. Like I still wasn't the club kind of girl. If I go to a club, it has to be a situation. Back in the day when I was in that relationship, I only went when I was just like, I just need to breathe. I was more the homebody than I was the club goer. But I always respected, the whole club scene. It was just like I was always just like after a while, I was the kind of person who was just like, okay, can we go back home? Like I was the kind of person who would just like want to be there for like a few hours, and I'm like, okay, can we go? Because there was nothing to do. There was nothing to do. Sometimes the songs were whack. They really were, and then other times it was just like the songs were whack. The drinks, and I was a lightweight. I was just like the drinks are just like no. Not everybody knew how to do a Jolly Rancher because I didn't know how to drink. I didn't know how to do like drinks. Really, I didn't know how to do drinks straight. So I only did mixing drinks, and I still do. So I was like, oh, can I get? I found one drink and I stuck with it, and it was a Jolly Rancher. Okay, it was sweet as hell. It goes down very smoothly, and I could use that and just go last all night, and that would be woo. Literally, I was such a lightweight. Um, yeah. So I went out. I had a few dates back in the day. Around that time, I did the whole interracial loving. So I did have, I did have those moments. It wasn't really exciting. I was just, it was school, but my responsibilities, my responsibilities, um, with actually these aren't really my responsibilities, but the responsibilities that were placed on me with my grandmother and taking care of my brothers, and also me juggling with like a relationship and also having to go to work. Those really, fucked up with my schedule in regards, pardon me, in regards to, my school work life balance. Okay. And it was crazy because like I didn't want to have I didn't want to have sex in high school for one of those main reasons. Like I didn't want to be trapped with a child, so that in that way like I wouldn't be able to like have that deter me from acquiring an education, and it ended up being that way anyway. And it was because like when my mom died and my grandmother getting sick more, without me being there in her presence, she got sick more often, and she ended up losing a part of her foot. And I came back and I would bandage it, clean it, and things of that nature. And I did really poor in school, so I came back to Jersey, took care of my grandmother until her passing. And at that and until that point in time, I was like around like 21, 22. I had got a car also by the time, and Danielle had got a similar car, literally the car that looked just like it, but it was a different model. And so, like, say if I had a Ford Contour, she would have something like it was tan, and it was I don't know, it was like I don't know, maybe a Taurus or something like that. Anyway, but it was tan, and it looked almost like mine, but just like a little bit like downplayed. But it was the same. And then there was another moment. Oh my god, my nose! Please stop. I think I just inhaled a hair. I cut hair. I'm so sorry. No. I am so sorry. This is so like. Oh my god! Please, not so. Okay. Oh my god, my nose. Okay, so please, please. Oh my god, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm so sorry. Okay, oh my gosh, that was horrible. Yeah, I have like literally, I have like literally, I shit you not, I have like, I love my cats. 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 I have to keep saying that because seriously, like they burn amok on my fucking this and this and this and this. Okay. So yeah. Uh, yeah. What the entire I think. Okay, that's it. I'm shaving the cats. I'm shaving. I am shaving the cats. It's literally going to be next video. This is so crazy. I swear to beans. All right, hold on. Okay, shit, bird. I'm back. Let's just see. So between 18 and 22, I had acquired a car. I had stopped going to school. I did really poorly, so I had no choice but to, and I fully took care of the role of taking care of my grandmother and my younger brothers. My uncles were over here trying to chastise me, telling me some things about like, oh, you should be over here trying to take care of your grandmother. Like, how dare you like leave her unattended? And I'm like, I'm literally 18 years old. This is my first time going to college, one of the best colleges in fashion schools in the world, and yet you over here trying to chastise me. Definitely best one of the best fashion schools in the country, and yet you're over here trying to chastise me and tell me exactly what you're a grown ass man. This was the thing that like really pissed me off. Like this is just mm. So, but I ended up coming back home to take care of my grandmother and my younger brothers. And then after that, I had acquired, during that time I had acquired a car, and coincidentally somebody had got the same kind of car. Daniel had got the same kind of car that was similar to mine, but wasn't exact. It seemed like something that was like still not exact, not better, but not exact, but it was still very close. Like it definitely looked similar. During that time, I was really tired. My grandmother had passed away, and when my grandmother had passed away, my uncle started swinging his weight around, and then he tried to throw it in my face about like, oh well, at least my kids, at least my son, graduated from college, and I'm like, how dare you? I really remember to this day you calling the phone and then trying to make me feel bad because my grandmother, your mother, was in a blackout, which you were right there, and I was in New York City. What if I was like, clear across the country? Would it still have been my fault? Like, yo, that's the kind of bullshit. These are the kind of boundaries that I said. Like, I didn't have any problem when I was doing it back in the day, but I'm just like, I'm more independent now. I'm like, I need to live my own life. They didn't like that. They really didn't like that. It was just a lot of sabotaging in regards to my well-being and my happiness that these people decided to take for themselves. And to this day, you can definitely see it, because why keep me in your mouths during conversations when we don't have a fucking connection? Okay, I look at pictures and stuff like that, and I smile because the memories back then. But best fucking believe we don't have any kind of like fucking bond whatsoever. There's never going to be a moment where I will feel like there needs to be compassion between us and I need to see it from your side. You tried to kill me. This is not even like a metaphorical kind of situation. This is a literal situation. To this day, you have the public around the world trying to justify watching me and stalking me without my permission, and then trying to gaslight me with bullshit, using spiritual bullshit nonetheless, in order to try to make it seem right. And then they try to use the abuse that I'm going through and minimize it, to try to compare it to common issues that the average man deals with. So from 18 to 22, that's what I was doing. My grandmother had passed away, and then it was my opportunity to. I stayed at the house for a while, and then my uncle was swinging his weight around, trying to antagonize me, and I was like, "Bet." Somehow, what happened was, I had overheard my uncle discuss that he was going to give up my mom's house for foreclosure. And I was just like, okay, bet I'm gonna acquire that house back. So I had literally a little over $10,000 on me, and I used that money in order to fix up the house and make it way better than what it was. Clean it out, change the carpets and things of that nature. Even though the carpets now look shitty as hell, there's a bunch of paint and stuff on that. So the carpets are a mess now, but like they were atrocious back then. Now the house was total in disarray. It was like, oh my god, it was like a bomb shelter. Anyway, um, that I decided to. I didn't tell anybody. I just happened to just do a whole bunch of like I would go to work, go to 9 to 5, maybe even take a class here or two back in the day, and then as soon as I was finished with work, I would go to this place and paint the walls or paint something. Pay off the bills, pay off the remaining debt and things of that nature. Not knowing that he still had things in my mother's name, and I had paid off, the electricity bills and things of that nature. Not even knowing that I didn't really need to, because if she was dead, then there was really like no reason to. But there were some bills I could not allow to lapse. Like I had to pay them off regardless, and so I did. So I had. Oh my God, that was a beautiful moment, because I had got some people to help me move my things from out the house into the new place, and well, into this place, and it was I don't regret that move, but it was just like I did not need to be here for this long, and for in hindsight, knowing that the government had a lot of shit to do with me being surveilled and stalked in order to keep me in one place is disgusting, especially since people want to try to make this my fucking final destination. Excuse me, my fucking final destination, to just like live here and die here. Because why? These people are evil. It's crazy. Like the people that have literally orchestrated a lot of this shit, are minorities or were once oppressed, belong to an oppressed group, and have no fucking sympathy. And just like, just a whole complete apathy. And they don't see their own faults and failures. In fact, they just see greed. They just see an opportunity to just keep this shit going. People are really fucking inferior. A lot of people are really just seriously fucked up. Just fucked up individuals. Okay, so now we're going to go to 22. So around this time, I had met David. And during this, and the way how I met him was that I had just moved in. I had just moved in here. Okay, so I had just moved in. His brother, my brother had came to visit, and he was telling me that his brother, well, not his brother, but like one of his friends, pardon me, one of his friends needed a place to stay. And I was just like, okay, cool. Like, I could go for a roommate, considering that, I'm a woman living by myself. Had never lived by myself before. And I was like, okay, bet we can do this. So the brother was here. And in the meantime, I remember one night I was outside with my brother and my brother's wife. Because my brother was in the military, so he had a wife. Well, I mean, not because he had a wife because he was in the military, but it was an incentive to get married. So, so my brother, and then him, and then there was another fellow. But inside the house was one of David's brothers, and David had walked up and greeted all of us, and was just like, "Oh hey," and like he said his highs and things of that nature, and name pops over there, and he was just like, "Oh hey, what's going on?" I was like, "Oh hey," I was like, "Oh, your brother's inside there." I was like, "Oh okay." Like, I mean, I'm not gonna be oblivious. Like, he was easy on the eyes. And yeah, it was literally like that was the first interaction between us, and it was just like more of a hi and then a bye, and then he had left, and that was it. I didn't think I was ever going to see him again. At that time, I was already just kind of like socially dating. I was already interracial dating, and um, and it just turned out that like I don't know, it took a while because I didn't think I was going to see him again. It was just me. I didn't think I was going to see him again. It was just me, and then I was living with his older brother. But then somehow he popped up and was just like, "Oh, hey, what's going on?" He was like, "Oh, do you think I can like rent a room in here?" And I was just like, because like the small room is like a computer room, and I would actually really like that room because that that's like that. I mean, that's like one of my extra rooms or whatever like that. But I was just like, yeah, sure, go ahead, you can have the room, and it was extra income for me. So for a limited time, and then all of a sudden, we got into a relationship. It was no longer Shalice David. It was Shalice and David, and that was a relationship that went on for a little bit. But when it became official, that was like the first official relationship that I had in my adult life. Before, I was really this like dating with guys, and sometimes it wasn't like 1 date, 2 date. Like, guys were just we would just date. Like, it was nothing like official. So this is like the first official relationship that I had, and unfortunately, with the friend that I had in Danielle, she was very inquisitive about like oh, like, what is it like being with a white guy, because she only date black guys. And I had noticed, and I was very very weird in hindsight. I noticed that the guy who I had dated before, the guy who I had lost my virginity to, was black, somebody who I grew up with too, by the way. But I mean, like, not grew up with, but like he at one point in time, like, he was my next door neighbor. Like, but like I had always had a crush on him at that time, and I had trusted him to just like, okay, let's do this, let's do this. I'm sorry, Leonardo DiCaprio, but let's do this. You feel me? I'm sorry, I don't feel like about it anymore. You about my heart. So oh my god, what else? So, anyway, I thought, wait, what am I saying? Oh yeah, I thought I had a friend in Danielle. because I was the one that was literally cheering her on to, to do her nursing degree and things of that nature, bring her like little snacks and supportive material in order for her to, further her education and things of that nature. What else? What else? What else? What else? I mean, I was just, I was actually just trying to worry about. See, I told you, this cat hair. Bless me. I was trying to like hook her up with my brother, the older brother, because she had always like had a liking to him. So I was just like, okay, well, you're finally of age. Like, let me hook you up with my brother. And she was just like, oh no, no, like, I'm too shy. I don't want to do that. And she just seemed to stick with like the, black guys. And I was just like, oh, okay, all right. Um, so it was really weird for her to be like, oh, like, so what is it like to date a white guy? And I was just like, oh, okay. I was just like, well, I guess it's like with anything, everything's the same color in the dark. I was just trying to be cheeky about it. But little did I know that this person was sleeping with my then boyfriend. Uh, it turned it into a situation where Danielle had made lies about me and said some really appalling things in order for him to make the decision in order to sleep with her. Now, this guy has cheated, and I found out about it, and I was just like, this is wild. But I didn't know that it was her. I didn't know it was her until like literally until my late 30s. Then like the past few years, and his brother told me that like he talks to girls, and not once. I'm sorry, because it's like not once have I thought like, oh wow, like let me go ahead and show him, and then like kiss him or kiss his brother or do something like that. Like no. So only one person was the fool, and well, me for being with him, but for him for having to have done that shit. So that's really just it was a fucked up moment. Um, and then they cemented it by doing more nefarious things. And the fact that the government just really was just, government and organizations decided to really just like, keep this shit going. Society having like this weird codependent relationship between the two of them in order to keep the shit going. It's just like, you know what? You guys go ahead and have all that. Just leave me the fuck out of it. Like that's the part that's just like the most fucked up. Here I am, slaving, doing work in this, that, and the third. You guys have been making millions, if not more, off my fucking back. And I'm talking about my abusers. And meanwhile, other people have been making billions of dollars off my fucking back. And yet you think that I want to give you peace or show you grace when I really want you to be incarcerated. The bare fucking minimum. The bare fucking minimum. For a very long time. The bare fucking minimum. So yeah, we were here in a relationship, and all of a sudden things started to get rocky because naturally, with me not having a mother figure, any mother figure, my mother passed away when I was a teen. My grandmother, the real mother figure that I had, passed away, within like a year or so. And so naturally I turned to Danielle, or like, not as a mother figure, but, as just, somebody to just kind of like talk to, not about everything. Obviously, she never knew that I was raped. Well, again, people didn't know about certain things about me because I just like kind of felt to just kind of keep it to myself. Like certain things don't need to be discussed. But this right here, I was just like, she would ask and I would tell on certain things. I wouldn't say about everything, but it was just like, oh wow, like I was just like, I don't know, he's just acting like really weird. But a lot of the things I would just kind of seriously, I would be the kind of person where you would need to pry that shit out of me, and not even then I would tell you a lot of shit like what's going on. So all of a sudden, it just it wasn't a breakup, but I could just feel I could just feel the distance. And little did I know that this dude was cheating on me with different people within my circle. And like not within like my close, but like relatives, my sister, person who grew up who called me sister, my brother's god sister. This guy was a slut, okay? At that point in time, I was just like, oh no. Well, again, I didn't know that he was sleeping with all those people until again into my 30s. But the fact that he had slept with like my brother's god sister, I was like, okay, this is disgusting. Like I can't. But that was actually much later on. That was like much later on, and I was like, yeah, we done so. We done. Um, that's yeah. My feelings were just definitely kind of like turned off on that one. But yeah. So this was around. So I was 22. He was 19, and I had dated him first. So 2007 is 4 years later, December. Let's see how this goes. I don't know if you can see that, but it was just like the point of Facebook is to network and have more than two friends, just to let you know. Again, see, like from like it's not even from the horse's mouth. It's just like I was that kind of person who would just be like from grade school. I was the loyal, the faithful one. I was always the one that was gonna have your fucking back. Like that was me. That was fucking me. Like I could have associates, but I was like I was a kind of like close knit person. I was just like definitely. It's like the point of this network and have more than two friends. Like I didn't know. I don't know how this really works. So let's go to 2008. Wait, why did we do that? All right, so if that's 2007. Then why? Okay, that's weird. No, there should be more. I'm gonna have to look up in my what is it? Um, do you see what I'm saying? Cause like, hold up. It says 2007. So this should definitely have. Hmm. Hmm. Come on, internet, stop being funny. Okay, so this one, I'm pretty sure I did something on like 2008. So that's so weird for that to be a gap. But people have been, literally going in my accounts and deleting things. Like there are posts on my Twitter and things of that nature that have been deleted, completely deleted. Oh my god, I hate. All right, so yeah. Um, hmm. Yeah, this is the part where it was just like December 9th, 2009. This is the part where actually, um, so if I was 24, 25, 26, so like around 26. And this is around the time where yeah, the whole cheating situation got like really bad, and I was just like, okay, yeah, like this is ridiculous, and this is not a person who's willing to accept no, as you can see. I mean, you have like fucking society and this, that, here, and the third in order to try to like really make me to try to want to force me to try to put up with this kind of abuse. So when people are trying to like try to throw it around on me or try to twist it around on me, saying like, "Oh, love yourself, self love, and all that kind of shit," I'm like, "Yo, go fuck yourself," because you're lying. You are an abuser. Okay, there are moments where I've literally witnessed the moments where like I turn my feelings off and I was just like, "Look, we can just move on as friends." You feel me? Or like until you get your shit together, because this right here is just not the wave. Now right here is during the moments where, yeah, that this is when I first found out about like cheating, and I was like, yeah, no, we are not doing this. And here he is saying, oh hey honey, miss you. This is one of his old accounts. And this is when he actually did do the this is when the whole fiance situation came about. So it's Mr. Webb, my fifth brother now. He's like, he's at soon and Blue goes down a minute. Send me care packages. So this is my brother, the one that's in the military, and this was his wife. So this was what is this? December 8th, 2009. And if I look at this correctly, hold on for a moment. Let me go into Google. Okay. All right. This. Oh. So yeah. So this was December 8th, 2009. I was just like, I didn't know how to really respond to that, considering that the whole cheating situations, were kind of like coming out. Not allegations, the whole cheating situations were coming out. So I was like, I don't know, like I don't know how to break it to you, little bro. But yeah. So this and here, I'm about to go into. So I have this under the road to social freedom kind of situation because yeah, Marlon Webb. That is David's adopted father. And they were just projecting. I'm like, your father, like, you're adopted. Like, I'm not adopted. And there's nothing wrong with being adopted, but like, why are you trying to like. So anyway, it's like, thank you for your, he was like, thank you for your thoughtfulness. The picture hangs above her crib in Christ. Now this, I would gather that this right here is David's and Daniel's child, or like she tried to baby trap him, but a child who may or may not be his. But either way, it's just like whatever. This was in 2010, and again, this right here is May 2010, and she's like super small, super tiny. Obviously, this is a photo. Me not knowing at the time. I'm over here taking a picture because I'm just like seeing this little baby that his father had brought over to the house, and I was just like, oh, like she's so tiny, and I was like, let me just go ahead and like do a photo, and yeah, so that's crazy, man. All right, hold on. I can imagine that certain days can be tougher. Shelley's like tougher than others. I'm sure that you have honored your mother's memory in many ways by being the woman that you have become. It's like, hi, my apologies. I'm going to thank you for happy early Mother's Day wishes to you. I hope you don't take it the wrong way but you've successfully took on both roles to raise three young boys into good men. And that's really it. But yeah, I'm guessing she was what, one? Because I think with two, you can you're able to like really walk and talk and stand. So disgusting, disgusting to not the child, but just disgusting to know that that's literally what you That's so gross, man. That's so gross, man. So here I am, like 4 days prior, over here thinking like, oh, singing Jungle Fever. Um, and here I took him to an Eagles game with him and his cousin because his cousin really loves Eagles, and I thought that, oh, this would be a really nice opportunity for to look good because basically in the eye, basically he's okay. So this right here is David, as you can see. You can see. This is his father, is the adopted father. That is the guy who had rented out one of the rooms, and this is David, and this is his older brother, and that's his other brother. So he basically had United Nations up in his piece, and like he adopted basically an eclectic array of children. It was like United Nations. Um, got to say, oh my God, was that even? This literally looks like a music group. I swear to beans, you got two black people right there on your right side, and then you have um, these two, which looks like they. All right, this one's Italian and this one is Hispanic. So it's just like, but it still looks like a music group, and then you have the white one in the middle. What? Okay. Anyway, um. So yes, when you are raised in a black family, obviously there are certain type of like dynamics and ways how you have to behave. Not, but there's certain type of dynamics that the family dynamics within a black family is complex. You would think that it's simple, but it's a little bit complex, just a little bit. Because all of a sudden people just want to keep up with the Joneses. People are not very transparent. My family, on the other hand, it had its touch and go moments. moments. It really did. Like, in full transparency, it had stuff that is touch and go moments. But for him, somebody who was, kind of like an unwanted child, but happened to be adopted in their teens, had a lot of pressure on them because, they had the responsibility and and still looking back at the old family who they still had connection with, the white one. And then they also had this, the pressure within the black family. So he was just like trying, it was just like, it's complicated. It's complicated. The guy had definitely had a troubled past. So did I. But it was just like, I'm not saying in a competitive way. It was just like more of there was no reason for you to have done what you had did to me. Nothing. No reason that justified that shit. So, I thought that basically, like I could see the insecurities, but I could also see the potential and what was going on with him. And I was just like, yo, like, bet, like, you seem like an honorable. You seem like you come, or like you're surrounded in what seemed like a good environment. Like your dad had a really good job, and had a nice background and things of that nature. I thought this was like a safe space, and he was in the military. I'm a National Guard. I thought this was a safe space, and social media isn't what it is. Isn't social media wasn't what it was like. Isn't what it was like back in the day. So I wasn't privy to certain type of experiences or knowledge about like narcissists and telltale signs and red flags. Plus, again, I didn't have any maternal figures. My sources were dead, literally dead. And any of the other people that were, I wanted to just associate or affiliate with, they just had trouble. They had some red flags of their own. So I just kind of I try to maintain an image within, like, trying to keep that image of myself alive. Um, the image of just kind of the whole, basically what you just read in that fucking email, where it was just like, oh, I know that you would keep, like, your mother's image alive. Like, that's basically how it was, and that's basically how it has been for a very long time. It's just, it was really hard not having maternal mother figures whenever I needed questions. So I was just like, I was always trying to do, that's saying, what would Jesus do? It was like always like, oh, what would Jesus do, or what would my grandmother do? And I didn't even have to really it wasn't like, I never felt like a need to just be like wild and reckless. But if there were ever any moments when I had to like call on somebody and I was like really hurt and stressed, like the moments where I found out for the first time I got cheated on, I was just like, I am amazing to you. I am amazing to you. Like, how the fuck? It was like, it was a moment where I was like, oh, what would my grandmother do? Like, this is just insane. And then I was like, you know what? I deserve better. So, yeah, September 2009. Still had it like talking about a relationship. That's what I'm very confused about. Um, 2008 and stuff like that, like not showing anything. Like, damn, really? Yeah, yo, the fact that 2008 is not showing anything is really wild and suspicious. But let me go into the messenger. Fuck it, um, Look at this. Just you know, a bunch of people just really the people. It's crazy when people are just saying some shit where it's like, "Oh, you didn't have any connection with me," and it's just like, well, that's really interesting considering that you guys took it upon yourselves to reach out to me. You guys wanted to be my friend, so it's just like, yo, stop. Horrible. So many years passed by. I was that one that was very like chastity. That was more my thing. Like if I'm going to be a slut or something like that, trust it would be for my man. Like you feel me, like my man's. And the time when I was dating somebody exclusively, like you know, you know, lady in the streets. But for some reason, even if I was nice or polite to people, I would be really fucking like pissed off when guys lie about like you know if I say hi to you. Here's an example. Okay. Okay, he said this was in 2015, so David was locked up yet again, and at that point, you know, we were just kind of like on a loose situation, like we weren't in a relationship. In hindsight, not knowing that this asshole was over here still, you know, had a whole ass relationship with somebody who I literally was like kicking it with, and you know, somebody who was calling me bestie and all other kind of shit. And in addition to that, he was oh my god, like yo, he was over here trying to like gatekeep me so that way I wouldn't have like either I would have shitty guys to date or shitty guys would like you know try to approach me. God, man, I'm so over this shit. Like it's despicable. So this loser over here, he obviously changed his he shut down his whole entire site. But he was like, "What's up? Your ex says what's up?" And I was like, "My ex also said you were spreading lies about us having sex. That was insulting, especially since I kept our text messages, which details nothing romantic and explains the complete opposite from both sides. Don't confuse me for one of your formers so you can sound great or important. What you did was disrespectful. Hence why I unfriended you after feeling you took my niceties and Christian courtesy as a sign of weakness." And it seems to be very apparent in continuing of today's situation. So yeah, I'm like, good, thanks. I hope you're well too. Like, yo, I really don't like. That's why when people try to like, you know, inbox me, especially if I have like a really nice picture, and I see somebody, you know, go into the inbox and be like, oh, that's you know, that's a really nice picture. I'm just like, no, no, no. I'm ignoring it. I'm like, why can't you say that? Why can't you say that? You know, underneath my picture, like, oh my god. It's so weird when you're actually being polite to people and they take it as something in entirety like different. Okay, so yeah, these are like weird hours. I would feel, yeah, it's crazy. Like you know, you would start off a conversation with people and it would just be like you know, kind of like on a friendship level, and people would just kind of take it far left. Administration pharmaceutical company. Oh, okay, singing that dope I see in the high rises. I have to go, but enjoy your day. New York City is so fun, and the Lion King play is an added bonus to see all the pictures. Exhausting, but thanks. That's super helpful. Laters. Yeah, it's a. I typically do not answer. Back in the day, like I was very strict with myself. Like I did not answer a gentleman's text or message or calls after 10 o'clock. And yeah, I was like, oh, shut it down, shut it down. Oh, I was just being quiet. I was just being trying to look for something in particular. This is a thing where it's just like I just want you guys to just kind of know the place that you're in when it comes to making like all these lies about me and saying that I was supposedly being fast or promiscuous. Like when, how, and why? Why would you think that I would want to subject myself? Literally, the only people who I've slept with have had a certain type of kind of tear about them. Okay, I've had limited sexual partners that I've ever slept with, and they have either been of like they seem like they came from like a good family, but they definitely didn't have any of the kind of like bullshit. Like initially, I've dated a guy who was from the hood, but he had a storefront. He had two stores. Okay, like so, just stop trying to play it and make it seem like I was the kind of person who literally would give my goodies up to just owe anybody. How? How? Like you guys really did like make shit just like really fucked up. Really fucked up. Like don't get me wrong, like I've dated some uglies. But it was just like there was always something though. Like, it was just like you had to be articulate in some type of manner. You had to have something in regards to you. Like again, for so many people to say that I was promiscuous, like you were projecting. You were projecting like a motherfucker. So anyway, okay. Yeah, in front of him, and then this right here. Babe, I love you, Mr. Cam, right there. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know, my mom. Yeah, so here, right here. It's just like, I don't know. My mom didn't have the money. The guy never came and bought her pills. So I was waiting on to sell her pills so I could come back. Found out last night when I asked for the money, don't worry, love you. Like, these are the kind of things that are like, oh my goodness. Do you have other materials in here? But these are the kind of things that are evidence evidence to us having like a relationship, also to me paying for the majority of everything, seriously everything. Like you were living in my place, okay? You had to sell pills and things of that nature. You were the ones that was doing drugs. And in hindsight, that whole thing about the whole where the what is that guy, the that Blakely guy, what is he? Because he works for the government now. Like, well, he works for the state. He works for Trenton State. So that little slick shot, I thought he was just joking. I didn't know that basically like that was the fucking rumor that was supposedly um come to find out supposedly like that was the rumor that I was doing drugs. And I'm just like, no, like let's quit the shits. Let's quit the shits. I was like, oh no, I hope she can help you out soon. I was like, are you in the bus? It's like, hey, first thing, I love you. Next, I'm on the bus station for 5 hours till my bus comes. Hear about that. Love. gas station. Okay, anyway. It's like, hey, I cry sometimes for you that I let you down. I feel that I let you down. Please don't make me as a man that take care of you. I will always love you. That's like, it's been a minute. Okay, it's been a minute since I had sex, so I don't know if I'm actually kind of doing it right. But you know what I mean. It's something, whatever. You know what I'm saying. Jerking my chain. Anyway, I was just like, you picked your side. Because that was the moment that I found out, about the whole cheating thing. But I didn't know that it was, oh God, disgusting. He was just a whore. A whore. It was like, all right, so anyway, can we just talk things over? It would help me a lot. Can I call? Um 2010. It's just a continuing mess of bullshit. He's like, I beg you, please give me a second chance, and I will never hurt you again. Just see who I am now. I feel so heartbroken and don't know what to do. Um, please don't bring something up from my past and say I'm not changing. I got a job now, working at a supermarket, and I'm going to school. Working at a supermarket, and I'm going to school. I wait for the grant to come in since I've been away from you. I used to like let you ride my car, use my car, and things of that nature. Like these were things that obviously these are things that in hindsight you learn from, so that way you can move on. This is the only reason why I'm even showing this is just to disprove a lot of the claims. But I just want to say something um, that's really like the main focus of everything. Where is the other one? Help us out. Just want to say something very clear. This is me. And none of the lies this is me. It's supposed to be my naked body in the middle. But none of the lies that are against me, none of all this bullshit to justify why you're watching me in the privacy of my home. This is unjust and this is disgusting that you're doing this. This is a human zoo experience. This, it's definitely given all facts, like all walks of life, where you are taking it upon yourself. Again, a lot of these black people from my own fucking community took it upon themselves to want to talk badly about me, diss me. And it's just like, all you see is like, thank you, oh, you awesome, and all that other kind of stuff. And then if I look at my other Facebook, my messenger, I would see the same kind of shit. You guys were always, oh my God, you guys were always just like smiling in my fucking face and then saying the nasty ass shit behind my back. Like, yo, that's why I cut you guys all off in 2020 and 2021. Like the remaining ones in 2021. Done. Done so. I would never ever. So basically, I don't want to get too much into this part, but about me, because this is about me. This is who I was. I was more of the giddy, the kind of, going out, hanging out with people, things of that nature. Here's something that the so-called friend thought was funny. 12 years ago, this was in July 3rd, 2011, while this person was still fucking my then boyfriend. Because, he said he was going to do it again. And basically, it was a moment for him to get slick and very, pardon me, and very sneaky with it. So this thing right here says, be careful with it. It's fragile. And he just crashed it. And it was like, it was reckless anyways. This is the shake. At first glance, I laughed, LOL. Then read again and got depressed. What the hell? Like, you feel me? It was like that kind of shit. I was like, yeah, this pic is definitely a hot, oh wait, no moment. A little perfect reason to start drinking. My thing was, like, I was saying it in sarcasm, but she was actually being really serious. But I did want to drink after that. I was like, you know what? Yeah, my feelings are hurt. Like I need to drink. It was like, oh, let's see. Look, my brother's wife at the time was just like, she immediately caught on. She's like, oh no, that's so sad. And that's so weird though. That's like so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Like, this is like, at least this is giving you guys some insight. This heifer really, and is really fucking messed up on how so many people in society, I don't care what your race is, but women came together of all races to come against me to support this whore. Like, I don't care, like, yo, I'm not talking about a whore like, yo, you selling your body, that's on your OnlyFans and stuff like that. Nah, I'm talking about this backstabbing kind of bullshit. And y'all really was trying to make it seem like this was the wave. Like, this was okay. And then all this whole fake positive energy and stuff like that, when it really, and you're talking about whole mental work. Oh no, sorry, mental health. Self-love is above love. Take care of you. But then you want to try to put all these demands on me, and you just want to be nasty and vile and highly hypocritical. Like, you're a hypocrite, and then you want to be hypercritical about me and who I am as a person. Oh my God, man. I just never in my day. Never in my days. But let's go back into who I am, because that's what I said I was going to do. Just who I am. Like, treat your girl right or somebody else will. Well, I don't want somebody to please take me back. I don't want somebody to please take me back, and I can show you that I am not talking about moving in. We can start from step one, where I own my own place and just see each other, then move from there. You can write back. I know I fucked up bad, and I will take my meds and take care of you. It's just like, I have, this is right here going to be in different content, but again, this is like justice for Shalice because of like who it is that I am as a human being. You guys really just fucked up. You did. And don't worry, I still have your and it's not even in a moment where it was just like you have my like any type of text messages, because your text messages that you've created were, from your part, mostly fake, because considering that you guys do nothing but lie. But I still have text messages. I still have pictures. Here's me trying to be cute and friendly. I'm taking my cat over here to watch you guys to help her move. I'm over here taking people hanging out with people. No one showed up for her 30th birthday, and for her, like, excuse me, like from Jersey to see her 30th birthday. Like they made excuses, and I was the one who had put together things in order to actually to travel down there. And it's just so fucking like that's just so fucking gross, man. I have it here, but yeah, let me just definitely will just that's so fucking gross, bro. So gross. That's so fucking gross, bitch. Like you really took it upon yourself. America. You really showed your ass. Somehow, look at this, just perfect and stuff like that. And this people like one of the bitches that be talking behind me, and I have to unfriend this person. And it's like known to be talking behind people. See, I didn't mean to like my own photo. I literally had to recently unfriend this person. And this is some and you know what? You will post this stuff like I never in my life want to be labeled as a hater. That level of misery has to be draining. But then you do it. And then you do it. You get called out. You get called out for like, wanting to talk about people. It's just I don't bro. Again, there's nothing about me that should have been a moment for you to take it upon yourself to want to talk down on me at all, ever. So, yeah. I am the kind of person who will literally travel. I hate the plane. I hate airplanes, but I'm the kind of person who will literally go to your um milestones. So your 30th birthday, I'm gonna go. I'll do that for you. When it comes to you, you had just moved somewhere and you had got your first place, even though it's like a temporary living space. I'm gonna go there for you. Down to Mississippi, I'll go. I'll do that for you. I've done that. I'm the kind of person who would literally go to Florida just so you can, just to send you off for your wedding. That was me. We didn't even have to be like this. I gave you like $50 for your wedding, like as a gift, and I'm just like, yo, like, congratulations. People really made me out to be a villain, and that's not the part that's actually bad. It was the part where you guys abused me and vilified me to the point where you wanted to try to harm and harass me and eventually kill me. And I say I want them dead, yo. Lord, I swear. And here's me volunteering to do painting faces. Again, I'm sure a lot of you guys have already seen this. And here he is helping me, like, rent out this room and things of that nature. Ugh. And people are being very appreciative of like the nice gestures I'm doing, or I'm driving people to like the soup kitchen and things of that nature, or volunteer for the soup kitchen. Um, Eventually, what happens is that me doing all these gestures, I wasn't noticing in the background how somebody was being very jealous and opportunistic, was doing a lot of talking and mingling behind my back with other people The same kind of shit that happened in like that classroom in middle school was happening on a grander scale throughout the city of Trenton. And vilifying me and making me out to be a fucking joke while sleeping with somebody and then sleeping somebody who I had like, a deep connection for at the time, and then smiling in my face and then trying to, detach me from my family and everything of that nature. Like, you got off on doing that because I really don't want anything to do with any one of them. None of them. Absolutely not one living soul. All the while I'm over here doing this, I'm doing a church, I'm the Bible studies, having connections, networking. Actually, during this time, I'm also doing my YouTube thing because, I'm working, volunteering, helping out, taking my family out to, dinner, taking friends out for dinner, for drinks, and all that kind of shit. And all the while, you guys were watching me, laughing, fucking somebody who I was with and living with, copying me, and then trying to talk down on me. Oh, bitch, you a whole lot of crazy. Whole lot of fucked up and crazy. And you can even see my sister doing the same kind of shit too, where she would just kind of wanted to dress up like me too. Like, hold on. I want to see all of the comments. Okay, well, I guess, since we both have each other blocked. I was like, why do we do the same pose too? I'm like, because mine was first, and then she had did hers afterwards, and then she pulled it up a whole, like, oh, word? Like, I have. See, here's the thing. Regardless on what it is and you try to hide, I still have I had downloaded, like, my Facebook account. So whether or not you try to hide it, like, it'll still pop up. It'll still pop up. And I had made this dress. I had made this dress right here. But she bought this. And I was just like, yo, this is like really weird to know that my sister and somebody who called me best friend was doing this behind my back. Sick. It's so fucking sick, bro. I can't. I can't. Like, it really fucking hurts. It really fucking disgusting hurts. Um, yeah. And I had a few relationships in here in between that situation, and it's normally around the time when we had broke up, and he had moved, and he had he already got like locked up, and we had broke up. So well, we had broke up, and then that's when he get in more trouble, and then he gets locked up, and I'm just like, oh boy. Uh, it's crazy. But yeah, I think that I just want to tie this into the point where a lot of this shit where I was being, I guess, aggressive or anything of that nature was people doing some underhanded bullshit behind my fucking back. And once I was realizing that, that animosity and a hatred, I was just like, see, you sort of say she realized that she's too pretty to act ugly, too blessed to be stressed, and loved by God too much to be bothered by hate. And April's challenge is not letting other people's behavior dictate my self-worth, standing up to bullies. Like, I'm really not under. I was really in the dark about. This is in 2015. I'm really in the dark about people. It's like, oh, thanks, I'm handling it. Like, it's just like despicable. Despicable. And then it just becomes a lot. Before it goes from like being bubbly and all these photos and stuff like that to slowly becoming more and more about posts about like just with self-esteem and things of that nature, because I'm like, I'm confident within myself, but for some reason it really triggered a lot of people to the point where they use cops, government agents, and the like in order to try to like to harass me and to treat me inhumanely. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a few videos out today that's going to try to minimize my situation with their common one. And then they're going to throw in some type of Bible scripture or something like that. Something they probably even got out of a book or whatever kind of tarot book or religious book or whatever. Or a self-help book, self-help guide. I have been isolated. A human zoo experiment. People have taken it upon themselves to do inexplicable things. Explicable, just like horrendous things to me. And you want to compare that to you having just a bad relationship with your parents or just having a bad relationship with an ex? Out of here. Like, you should use that as a moment to kind of evoke sympathy and compassion, not to have apathy, because you have apathy when you're over here trying to minimize my situation into yours. Like, remembering the racist human zoos. Remembering the racist history of human zoos. The Western world's shameful secret. On display in human zoo. You guys have turned my abuse into movies, into products. That's all I keep saying. Like, every single day, while you guys are trying to make me, it's like, so what that you hate me? So what? So what that you hate me? That's really a you fucking problem. You wanted to hate me off of nothing, off of jealousy and opportunity. And because this world is so fucked up, the government is really not doing anything but getting their fucking pockets widened. I'm not seeing anything happen. Apparently, as you guys said, that I have to save myself. And what does that make you as leaders look like? Again, future people who will grow up to become adults. This is how ugly the world has truly become and turned on their heads in America, especially in America. And the fact that Black people didn't want to take any accountability for the bullshit that they've done. Please let me know specifically exactly like what it was that people were saying behind my back, because I will literally go ahead and disprove that shit. And I want to go ahead and actually I want to show some of the letters. I don't have any time. It's really like 4:23. I've been up since yesterday, like maybe 6. So, and I'm not really sleepy. I'm just I'm a little thirsty, but I might just take myself like a 1-hour nap and just get ready for the day to go to work and go for this mediation and just hear this bullshit where people who grew up with me had this audacity to smile and act like everything is really fucking dandy. Because I really do want justice. I want the discovery papers. I want a justice now. I'm very much deserving of it. All right, I'm gonna go because anything else I wanted to go ahead and discuss. Yeah, it just started becoming more about like yeah. Yeah, it was even right here. It's just a lot more just like posts, some photos, not a lot of gatherings. As you can see, it's just mostly me. This right here is only because that person went to where I was working at, but it's mostly just me and just a whole bunch of posts. Because at this point in time, these moments where you saw me down was at the cause of these people. These people were literally taking it upon themselves to sabotage me. And I remember the first kick when it was coming from my father, who asked me to co-sign a car for him. He asked me to co-sign a car for him. And I was just like, oh, can anybody else help you with it? And he was just like, no. And I was like, fine, then, I'll do this. And he faulted on the loan. He faulted on the loan. Like, why else would I say that I want the vehicle back? Okay, so this right here. LoveBeesHoney. Oh, LoveBeesHoney. Enter the channel. Okay, it was like initially I was daddy's girl. I was like, so here he is. I just want to go ahead and play this. Mark Map asked me his daughter. Unfortunately, this doesn't have the speakers, so I'm going to go ahead and play it on my. Ooh, nice. Told me, and I'm sorry, I have to do all this, but I need to get the car from you. So, because you have to pay the fees first, then I will definitely pay it back for you. I will definitely, part of the agreement. But you went against the agreement, and you didn't even tell me about it, and you're ruining my credit so you can sacrifice for whatever. Like, this is betrayal. Okay. I need the keys. If you don't, then I'm telling you what I'm going to do. I need the keys. Like this right here is basically this is not personal. That's why I was calling you and talking to you. I need the keys. So that way you can take care of those back payments, and then I will cover whatever is going to happen with the car. Until then, work it out with her. But you should have handled that. So please hand me the. That sounds like boundaries to me. Like with my look, literally in my 20s, telling my father, who I co-signed the car for, I was like, look, you're gonna have to give me this car back. Like, look, it's business because you were supposed to take care of these payments, but you didn't. So how are you guys, like, who is incompetent enough not to understand that this man was the one who needed to, have a car co-sign, and he faulted on it. And from there, a whole lot of other shit just started to just kind of more spiral. And that, and also with my brother, supposedly, like, there was an issue with that. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. Like, I was wondering, like, what the fuck is going on right now? And the whole entire time, people were over here sabotaging a whole bunch of bullshit behind my back. With my brother, the second eldest, he had he asked to live with me because unfortunately his father had kicked him out, or his father or grandmother, they wasn't able to like allow him to live with him anymore. So it was like, okay, bet, like, yeah, come on, dude, like, I acquired this house so that way it's an investment for the both of us, and hopefully if you're good, then that is actually a good thing, because then I can be able to move out of here and you can take care of this house, and then bam, and then when we're ready, we'll move, like, like we'll move and we'll sell it. This dude had really fucked up a whole lot of situations, but I think the ultimate one is when he had invited a girl over to his place who he had sex with before, but he had introduced me to his girlfriend, who he had wanted to be his fiance. And I was just like, I pulled him aside very quietly, and I was just like, yo, like, this is not gonna be a good look. Like, I'm telling you right now, like, doing this is not gonna be a good look for you. I wasn't even saying like, yo, like, I was gonna tell them. I was just like, no, but I was like, yo, like, this is really not. This is gonna make me uncomfortable. Cause like, if you're gonna have somebody over here in my face, I'm just like, yo, this is not right. If I can do that to Halim, then I can do that to him. Cause like, I don't fucks with it. And he was just like, oh, whatever. And then I heard him say something where he was like, he was gonna try to like hurt me. I was like, hold up, what the fuck? So I went upstairs and I was like, oh, you want to say that louder? And he was just like, oh, yeah, he was like, cause he was a gangbanger. So I was like, but excuse me, like, what the hell? I was like, no, 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 we're not supposed to talk like that. You feel me? Like, yo, we supposed to be family. Like, you're never supposed to talk to me like this. And he threatened me, and I was like, I threatened him right the fuck back, and then I kicked him out. And I was just like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I'm literally telling you something in confidence and privately, where I'm saying, hey, look, this is making me uncomfortable that you are sleeping with a girl, knowing goddamn well that you have another girl, it may not be sexual, but like, but you slept with this girl before. She's just sleeping next to you, but still, I just don't think that that's right. Especially since I have a couch that this person can sleep on. If you want to keep it a fucking buck, you feel me? Um, and yet you have a girl who you seem like really, connected to. Why are you trying to fuck this up? It's gonna make me feel uncomfortable, and you know how I am. I'm just like, oh, you can read my face. You can read my face. And he decided to threaten me. And I was like, that's bad dope, because honestly, you did to me at that point. You did to me. If I can let go of my own family, my own flesh and blood, people who I like literally lived with, it's very weird and interesting, almost like watching a circus act, when people think that they are special enough that they are the exception. I'm like, how the fuck? Like, there's somebody right now that's 6 feet under rotting, who's rotting pretty good. And I'm talking about my grandmother, the person who I loved and absolutely adored. She's gone. Okay, I can't get that. I can't get that person back. But it's just like, I that's really like the sole person that where I've learned about loss. So anybody else is really, you can shed a few tears, but then you just keep pushing it. Like, people really thought of themselves too highly. I'm just like, you were never at that tier. You were never at that tier. I'm glad that you're telling me, but basically, I'm flattered that you're telling me that my love is one of a kind. But you're really smelling yourself. You're really smelling yourself. And a lot of people definitely do not like me, mostly because that energy and that sweetness and all that other kind of shit that they got from me, especially without my knowing, they're addicted to it. And I'm just like, you know what? That's a you problem, because you are committing several crimes in order to try to get that. Even to the point where you're trying to kill me because you're that fucking upset with yourself. So yeah, I'm gonna go. It's 4:34 right now. Thank you to anybody who actually watches this in its entirety, or watches the most of it and gets the gist of it, who can be able to prove and disprove a lot of the shit. But this is who I am right now. I have my boundaries up for a very justified reason. People have abused me left and right behind my back and for no just cause. People have literally smiled on my fucking face and were just like, "Oh, hey, friend," and this and things like that nature. People are in my fucking are adding me as their friend, knowing goddamn well that they have slandered me up and high, just like, oh my god. The next video that I want to do is going to be more about the people instead of just me, but this is basically where I'm coming from. This is where I'm coming from. And on that, I'm going to say good night, good morning. Okay? Sorry, got here. But allegedly to them, supposedly, it's it's one of these. God, this is insane. Okay. I'm going to